I may be a king, but first and foremost I am a man of Moonbrook. I too shall aid you in Tower's construction. We'll need materials. I hesitate to ask Renner to gather from again after all he's done for us. But nothing. We shall gather what resources we need. We'll show you youngins what it means to be a builder. I see those two are always full of vim and vigor. Unlike you, Runner. Where's your usual cheer? Are you still worried about Maroth? Yes, you asshole. Here, Anissa was instrumental. Anessa, excuse me, was instrumental in convincing the king to lock him away in the dungeon. I wonder why she would do such a thing. Certainly she has long expressed misgivings about Maroth's aggressive attitude, but she knew his strength served us well in the field. Oh, whatever. I understand your chagrin, but fear not. I'm sure your friend will be freed. Uh-huh. Lord Jeremiah and Lord Jerome have been gone for a while. Hope nothing untoward has happened to them. Yeah, they're dead. Finer marble you've never seen. Cotton and wood. Never better. Yep, okay. And... chest. And they pass out. In the snow. Ho, ho, ho. Commendable work. Now we can begin work on this the cannon. So they begin work on the cannon, like you do. But first we have a quest. We need an orb of power. Myself and the other townspeople can build the tower, but you have to prepare the item. I don't know where to look for it. I can be of assistance. To the north is a statue of the goddess. She watches over a lighthouse. Go get the lighthouse. Rana, let us leave any discussion of Anessa's role in this business with Malroth until later. Whatever she is, she's a fine soldier. We may need her strength. Soon enough, the truth will out. Uh-huh. What are you two whispering about? Rana was just complaining about how hungry he was. I was advising him on the palliative properties of snow. Well then. Hi, Evo. The greatest of all Evos. Yes, that's right. Better than Evo Land. Better than Evo The Search for Eden. I know it's shocking. Yeah, that's Evo Land. Although there is an Evo Land 2, but believe it or not, Evo is even better than Evo Land 2. I know. Shocking. I liked Evo Land up until it got grindy. Evo Land 2 was great until the ending. I need to show you Evo Land 2 sometime, Evo. I wonder if the Evo Land 2 stream is still on the record. This must be the statue, but where's the beacon? I can't see anything. I guess we're just gonna have to avoid the whirlwinds. Hey, Zar. Whoa. Immediate whirlwind there. Yeah, this isn't terrifying or anything. Just playing Aeronautica here. So this is the lighthouse, as much as he told her, but what the devil is it doing here? Well, let's see. There seems to be an entrance. Let's see where it leads us, shall we? How many stairs are there? Oh my god. Wait, is that a monster? Eek! Die, monster. That's strange. Where did he disappear to? Thou who wouldst prove thyself a hero, enter and trust thyself to thy fate. Oh. Okay. I guess this is the way in. I know, right, Von Falkenstein? You know, if you just let Malroth out, I'm pretty sure all of these problems are going to go away very quickly. I might even rebuild your base. That's a lie. I wouldn't. But, you know. So, you like platforming, right? Because the creators of this game really like platforming for some reason. God dang it. That, okay. Malroth is still in jail. Hey, Sierra Mike. I saw that picture, and without context, well, it sucked. Or, sucked is wrong. It was terrifying. I'm not sure it would be made better with context, though, honestly. And thank you for the subs, Sierra Mike. What? Hero who come in need, surrender not unto thy greed. Thou shalt not find here what thou seekest, only pain and peril bleakest. Yay! Yep, peril and pain bleakest. A stuffed bunny. Well, that's actually my fault, Mike Romano. See, I sort of accidentally translated the surface of the Earth to the surface of the Sun. So, my bad. That's going towards the battle zones and the homeworld block. Thank you again, Sierra Mike, as always. Now I have to go ensure a certain accident befalls Ross. I should see who the other actual majority shareholder is of the Breath of Fire block. I know Savicom's the big one. Is this the topmost floor, do you think? Wait, I think I hear something. Welcome, humans. Though, do you think you got what it takes to be heroes? We shall soon see about that. You won't get past me. Alright, I don't have a real weapon, and I don't have Malroth. Anyways, what do you think about the Breath of Fire 2 suggestion, Ross, since you're the second majority shareholder? In the interest of fairness, what do you think about Von Falkenstein's suggestion about reviewing 1, 3, and 4 in one block instead of 1, 2, and 3? Either way, thank you for the sub, Ross. I suppose you know the question. The question. Oh, that's true. There's a third possibility. 1 through 4, which, good God. That's just, oh God, that makes me hurt thinking about that. 1 would be relatively painless, I think, really. 2, we'd be cheating our balls off. 3, and then 4, I haven't played. Something I cannot comprehend. What was a traitor doing here in the first place? Who built this beacon and why? It sits alone in the ocean with naught else in sight. It somehow seems not of this world, like something out of a dream. What does it matter? We have what we came for. Let's return to the castle and complete the blueprint. Okay. Not a high bar von Falkenstein. Narf, narf. Ruined castle. You know what? It could be a little more ruined. Well done. You found the Orb of Power. As soon as the townspeople have finished building the tower, you only have to add the orb to the top. However, I don't mean to worry you, runner, but I must confess, I have sensed a malevolent presence moving about the castle as of late. I mean, all of the originals were J. Palmer, but otherwise, not really, no. I guess the DS ones were? Were the DS ones 2D? She don't remember. I cannot help but feel that Malroth's imprisonment may not be for the good of the kingdom, but as part of an evildoer's scheme. 5, I'm gonna veto. I'm not playing 5. Screw 5. And yeah, nobody cares about 6. 6 is vetoed by virtue of being a mobile game, so... Whoever this poor, misguided soul is, it would seem they care not who wins or loses. There must be another reason for their betrayal. Who could it be, Evo? Oh, right. So Evo, I asked Evo during the lunch break how she would rewrite this section to not, totally suck. To totally suck. And she came up with an idea, which I'm not going to tell you because I'm pure evil. Glad tidings, runner. The blueprint is finished. We need but one more charging tower, and a replacement for the weapon itself, and our Chrysappel cannon will be complete. What's that? We also need to see Malroth freed from the dungeon. We must tread carefully. When it comes to dealing with traitors, timing is key. If we become impatient and play our hand too soon, all may be lost. For now, let us be happy that the first tower is complete. Well, almost complete. Okay, you did it! Speaking of power, you have much of it yourself. I speak not of your martial might, but your ability to inspire others. I have an idea that may help you to lead our soldiers in battle, just as you lead the townspeople in building work. I will speak with the king about it. You have done us proud. A finer tower I've never seen. All that remains is to imbue it with the effervescent energies of the men and women of the kingdom. Gather hither, raise your hands, spirit bomb, yada yada yada. Let's go. Let's just get on with it. I'm waiting till Crazy North shows up, Evo, if you're wondering. Ross has not said what to put it towards yet, no. Come, runner. More blueprints, more towers, more knowledge, more power. Eating is good. Especially for Evos. Everyone else, no food. Zooks, the second tower, completing the blueprint will be closer. Why has Atlas not attacked us yet? With his colossal strength, he could finish it off anytime he wanted to. Atlas longs only for destruction. No doubt he's waiting for us to finish building, so when he strikes, there's more to destroy. All the better to break our will. That does sound like the children of Haragon. Be that as it may, it would be remiss of us not to consider the alternatives. Our foe may have some other objective in mind. Indeed. Time to build. Damn you, J. Palmer. So now we need the Orb of Magic. I believe I may be of assistance. The Orbobatic sleeps within Gwaelin's Gate, far to the north of Moonhan. The cavern is long since sunk beneath the waves, but with the three of you... Gwaelin's Gate, I've never heard of such a place before, nor did I know of the lighthouse. Where did you get this knowledge, Your Majesty? Come now, Anessa. Now is not the place for a soldier to question their liege. Some things I cannot share, even with my most trusted of generals. Yeah, that's not suspicious. I believe we have a saying for that. It's called sus. Alright, so hang on. So Ross is going to put it towards something different than usual. It's going to be the Breath of Fire block. We're just going to call it that. Ruby Stream Emanations. And... Wow, Kata to Legion. You got it. Thank you, Ross. Always. Yeah, the Kings... One of the things I find most fascinating about the writing in this chapter, despite, you know, there being glaring holes in the writing of this chapter, but I do love the foreshadowing around the king. He constantly portrays himself as a dunderhead who has no idea what he's doing, and he's just blustering and, like, an affable goofball. And yet, every now and again, he'll just say something that's like, that is true, Ross. And I'm pretty sure you're not in that one. I could be wrong. Yeah, no. I know. I wish Eva was here to say this. I feel safe in saying it's not Anessa. Dragon Quest writing is overt and on the nose, but at the same time, it knows how to be bloody nuanced. Anessa's too obvious. She's probably a zealot and, you know, has problems or whatever, but her actually being the traitor, No, the king is the one who's just kind of sitting there in the background being forgettable, which it's one of the best ways for a writer to try and make sure that someone is not suspected for, like, a murder or the traitor, or whatever. Like, when you're trying to hide from the audience the person you're trying to hide them, right? So, anyways. So, the slime there was confused because this gate used to be above water and now it's not. Remember that. That's actually important. Believe it or not. You can swim? What are you going to do to me? I'll tell you anything. Just don't squish me. Oh, I know. I bet you want the treasure hidden at the back of Gwaelin's Gate, don't you? It's a long way to go if you can't breathe underwater. You'd drown before you got halfway there. Maybe those big clams would come in oozeful. If you breathed the air bubbles they blow out, you might make it all the way to the end of the tunnel. Go ahead and try it. Just watch out for the Menowar. If they sting you, you'll be stung for some slime. Thanks. So that's another one. Shell slimes. We actually forgot about that earlier when we were listing all the slime types. Honestly, the chests here are kind of traps, but you can get them. Hi, 040. Okay, that sucked. We need to hurry. Oh, goody. Underwater fights. My favorite. It's like regular combat, but worse in every way. If you're wondering why I wasn't using my bombs, I was saving them for this fight. Speed that up a little bit. We should be good now. Thank you, 040. Always. And if you know what you want to put them towards, please let me know. Bashir's combat was amazing. But Bashir's combat was not underwater combat. Not really. Okay, let me eat a burger underwater. Riku is experienced at underwater delving. Tidus has, his own thing going on. And Wakka is a blitzball player. No, I don't find any of those three explanations acceptable. But those are the actual canon explanations. Oh, hang on. So, we're getting all Star Trek all the time. So first we've got Voyager, Streamations, Lower Decks, Streamations, Strange, New Worlds, Streamations. You got it. Thank you again. You got the thing. With that, we can complete the second tower. Jolly good. Let's return without delay. Yeah, but why is this underwater now when it didn't used to be? Hey, Kay. Pax really likes Strange New Worlds, and he's harsher about Trek than I am. Ah, Evo, you're back. Excellent. Good. Well, you found Gwelin's Gate and retrieved the Orb of Magic. Excellent work. Ooh. So at this point, the prevailing theory is that it's the frickin' king. He's being very sus right now, Evo. And he was doing that thing writers do, where they just have a character. It's introduced then forgotten is the rule. I'm sure you've heard of it. I'm sure you have some big fancy way to call it, but I don't care because that's what it's called. Introduced and then forgotten. So the king's like, hi, and then he's just kind of back there being a bumbling oaf, and it's like... And now he's like, yes, by the way, there's a magic item you can find in a coral reef north of here, and it's like, how did you know that? From whence did the lighthouse and Gwelin's Gate spring forth? Do you not recall what I mentioned to you previously? Your time on the island may reveal to you a dark secret at the heart of this world. Neither the lighthouse nor the gate are what they once were. Moonbrook Castle, too, is not how it should be. Yes, it was once razed to the ground by the hordes, but the people returned. They rebuilt it. I know not how I know this or what it means. All I know is that I know. Ever since I heard the peal of the builder's bell, 1,000 clouded memories of this world arose in my mind with just as many questions. I intend to get to the bottom of this riddle. Rest assured, I shall keep you apprised of developments in my investigation. I do like Archer in Season 4, legitimately. I think I've mentioned that before, but I get your point. That's a low bar, really. If I only like a character in 1/4 of their appearances, they're not a good character. Which is, ultimately, why I don't really like Janeway all that much. No offense, Ross. Janeway, when she's good, is really good, but think about it percentage-wise, you know? Hey, Raven King. Just the man I wanted to speak with. It seems the blueprint is now complete. With these two structures and an emplacement to hold the weapon itself, the Kazapple cannon will finally be ready to fire. Something I need to do. Don't let me forget about this, Ross. And 040, because you'll probably be there too. When we start going through Voyager again, as like a bonus thing, you know how we had like those bonus little things we were keeping track of during MLP? I want to keep track of how many episodes Janeway's good in, and how many episodes Janeway's bad in. Specifically Janeway. Because I'm really curious what the actual ratio is, right? Anyways. You made the Orb of Magic, yay! Soon we'll have a legendary weapon at our command. I knew His Majesty's bloodline would provide some benefits. If what the legends say is true, it'll allow anybody, be they human or monster, to wield the most powerful spells in history. By the way, I saw you and His Majesty speaking in hushed tones earlier. What were you discussing that necessitated such secrecy? It is only natural a king have a secret. It's a position of much responsibility and doubtless much pressure too, but is there any truth to the sensitive... Is there any truth so sensitive a king must keep it from his own people? The people he pledged to shepherd through life's storm. Yes. You freaking moron. State secrets is a phrase for a frickin' reason, you goddamned idiot. Goddess be praised. The second tower is complete. All that remains is to build the final tower. Right you are. Come, raise your power. And yeah, Kirk, Picard, and Sisko all have bad episodes, but percentage-wise, their ratio is way more on the positive side of the scale. Oh god, yeah, I like that idea, Russ. We should keep track of how many times Seven learns a lesson about humanity. Bonus points. We'll give 2 if it's an episode that's not a Seven episode. That she's just like over there in the background. She's like, oh, I just learned a lesson about humanity. And then she leaves. Because that happens. More than once. Sisko is much more consistent. I don't think he hits the highs of most of the other captains, especially Picard. But he also doesn't delve to the same lows. Oh yeah, we also make sure we have to keep track of how many times Neelix is bad at cooking, too. That's another one. And yes, Malroth is still in jail. I wish Crazy Norris was here. I really want to share your ideas for how to smooth out this chapter. Fine work. This blueprint looks like it'll make for a sound, sturdy platform for the ultimate weapon. Once this emplacement is complete, the Kazapple cannon will rest safely upon it, ready to blast anyone foolish. And blah 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 blah. And we'll defeat Atlas. What say you now, Anessa? Now that victory's in our grasp, do you still believe we are fated to fight forevermore? Remember, Warwick, that pride comes before the fall. We shall not speak to our chances of winning the peace until it is won. Honestly, Anessa. Yeah, Zeus, now's not time for such pointless sophistry. We have a Kazapple cannon to construct. Moonbrook's time is almost at hand. With this weapon, we shall break free of our fate and end this accursed war, once and for all. Huzzah! Exactly, Blade Chaval. And yeah, Picard does have the advantage of being played by Patrick freaking Stewart. Man's a legend for a reason. Man was a legend even then. Late 80s, he was still a great actor. He only got better at it over time. A Technobabble... Oh no, you know what we should do, PB Good Fate? We should keep track of how many times a Technobabble problem is presented, and then solved. Yeah, we should give this weapon to Anessa. But I do not wish to be bearer of bad news. I'm afraid the artifact rests in the heart of Hell itself. Hell itself, you say? I dare say Anessa and I alone shall not suffice this time. We'll need to muster an army. Your Majesty, I believe it's time to entrust Rudder with the newly built war banner that the soldiers of Moonbrook shall march under one flag. I mean, you remember what we did for MLP. In fact, actually, I think I still have that document up. Give me 1 second. Yeah, look, see? This is how much stuff we were keeping track of for MLP. So, I feel like we could keep track of a few things for Voyager. I think we could manage that. How many different expertises Tom Paris has? How many things Chakotay has always been interested in? Okay, so now we have the war banner. So you simply have to have it at your side. Should you swing the flag, it will inspire the warriors, making them fight harder. So we finally have a buff. In fact, we have a buff and a grab people to us, which, if you're paying attention, is the Pikmin thing I was talking about earlier. Why is this being introduced this late into the game? I have no idea. This is honestly the final evolution of the what are they doing? Of the mass combat that this game centers around. Early game hell sucks. It's not just bad for the usual reasons, aka it's bad. Early game hell is even worse because of the fact that it discourages players from even getting into the game at all. Like, you know how harsh I am about intros and outros? There's a friggin' reason for that. Don't worry, Lord Haramont. When we review Voyager again, or rather for the first time, you will know true despair. Unfortunately, someone's already kept track of how many torpedoes they fire. You know, I don't think we could stack the buffs. But I'm not sure about that. The shuttles. Oh my god, the shuttles. I don't actually remember how to use the spin attack. It is something being funded on the Streaminations page as we speak. I know Streaminations have been paused for like 6 months at this point, but we will eventually get back to Streaminations. Maybe we can't do it with the shield equipped. Oh no, there we go. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of, Disco. That's like saying, of course you don't have any money to eat. You're only a teenager. And honestly, trying to take care of a kid? Get back into the coal mines, boy. I'd hoped Anessa would be the one to lead my army into battle, but I see now you are far more worthy of them. Now, at the full military might of Moonbrook at your back, I can fulfill His Majesty's request and lead the charge into the heart of hell itself. And I shall march at your side. As long as we are together, nothing will fear. What's that? Malroth would want to come too? Can we not release him from the dungeon? I should give this a negative for every time they bring up the fact that we want... We keep asking, can we release Malroth? And they keep saying, no. Forgive me, the seeds of distrust once sown are not so easily weeded out. His presence would cause problems. Now is not the time. I will impale you on this freaking banner. Time for you to find the... We must go to Renderak. All pain and suffering in this realm seeps from Renderak. To gaze upon this wretched place is to know the greatest depths of despair. The fate of our realm rests on your shoulders. Lead my army into darkness and bring back the light. Your Majesty, is it really wise to send our entire military force on this expedition? But of the castle, who will protect the people? Anessa, you just don't want to win the war, do you? If we hope to ever have peace again, we must prevail in this mission, and for that we need every soldier we've got. Zeus, when you put it like that, you leave me no choice. You have my sword. I may not be much to look at, but there's life in the old dog yet. Then it's decided. So the king is sending away his entire army while actively being besieged in order to go find this item in a place that he knows is terribly dangerous. Yeah, you'll also notice the king is actively ensuring that Warwick and Anessa are pushing against each other. Yeah, the funny thing is, we've demonstrated before, Malroth is not stupid. He probably would have picked up on what's going on well before character did. I don't have meat, so you get to live without that. I don't feel like doing it. See you around, Sierra Mike. Good fortune. There can be more than one trader. One of the options is that it's all of them. The only real limitation is the trader, based on, if you're paying attention, all of the trader stuff was happening before we started recruiting people. That means the total number of people who can be the trader include, but are not include and are limited to, excuse me, Jerome, the King, Anessa, and Warwick. That's the full list right there. There could be additional traders and additional infiltrators, but one of those, or all of those, one through all of those, are the traders, the original traders. Hello, Goomans. What are you doing? You're not going into that cave, are you? It leads to the place called Renderak. Although most people just call it Hell. It's so scary it'll make your knees wibble and wobble. At least that's what I've heard. I wobble too oozily as it is, so I've never been there myself. If you insist on gooing, I won't stand in your way. In fact, I might even pray to Hargoon your death won't be too gruesome. Thanks. I appreciate not having a gruesome death. This tunnel should lead straight to Renderak. I have a bad feeling about this. This whole place reeks of monsters and vicious ones to boot. Yes. I have the war banner equipped, thank you. I'm not fighting these. I'll fight these, though. Game. Have some buffs. Honestly, I'm not actually joking. This is what I've been wanting, like, the whole game. We have no ability to do damage, but we can buff, rally, and heal. Well, kind of heal. Now, what the game actually wants you to do, because the game is dumb, is it wants you to swap back and forth periodically, like I just did. I should, get the needle back out for this, honestly. Ow. They're all down. Jesus. We're just gonna reset that fight, because holy crap. No. So, hypothetically, that would happen as soon as the ink is dry, so to speak, Mr. Red. The problem there is when the ink dries is actually not when you'd think it is, because nothing is simple when it comes to mergers.
Yep.
Get in the damn bed, you jackass. Removing Malroth from our kit would be a good idea if the gameplay was designed around it. This is something I talk about a lot, actually. I'm actually very in favor of sections that remove some of your kit in order to vary up the gameplay. We can get some really cool stuff from that in games. The problem is you have to accommodate the gameplay for the removal of the kit. Point in case, we are now fighting a mandatory battle against 3 mobs with tons and tons and tons of health. We have 3 people, no Malroth, who does way more damage than these yahoos, and we also don't have our mega attack, which we can do with Malroth. So this goes from being interesting to being padding, and that's the problem. I'm honestly probably going to give a negative for the fact that they get rid of Malroth and don't do anything to accommodate it. I mean, what I'm doing right now is not really a viable alternative, you know? Just sitting there waiting for a proc to happen. Yeah, well, this army is doing less damage than me and Malroth were by ourselves. And that is not an exaggeration. I mean, this is like fighting in Might and Magic. Sorry. Yeah, no kidding, Raven King. There we go. Like I said, just proc hunting, because it is honestly faster. What's the matter, Runner? You seem distracted. You're wondering what Malroth is doing at the moment? Well, not much, I imagine. He's still locked in the dungeon, after all. Dude, I'm gonna smack you so hard. Ugh. Oh, it's you again. What do you want this time? You thought the Builder was your friend, but he betrayed you. He has left you to rot in this dungeon. Yep. Oh my god, get on with it. No, you're wrong. He just... Oh, Mighty Malroth, do you still not see the truth? I'm probably gonna, Mr. Red, because this is just ridiculous. Yeah, this is... Everybody I know hates this. The fact that you cannot skip this type of dialogue in the game. It's honestly bonkers that this got past QA. And by QA, I mean the developers who didn't listen to QA. The Builder's an agent of creation. You are the master of destruction. There can be no harmony between you. Which is, of course, literally a lie. How many times I have to tell you, you got the wrong guy. I'm not some master of destruction, okay? Then why is it you cannot build? Why did the mirror reveal all things true form, reflecting nothing but a void for you? Listen, we all know that the QA department don't do their jobs. That's the only possible explanation for why it is. I actually know several people who either are or have been in the QA business. They don't have a good lot in life, which is dumb. You should really take care of your QA department. Well, not only that, Talmurid, most of the time the doctors we see are the ones on ships or stations. Which means they wouldn't be the ones who specialize, right? The ones who specialize would be back at the stations, or not back at the ports, back on Earth, right? Back at headquarters, back at the medical facilities, and the research facilities and all that fun stuff. That's my take on it, anyways. So anyways, I'm gonna... Oh, never mind. He finally got on with it. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Poor Malroth. Get out of my head! Runner? Runner, are you alright? Oh. Pull yourself together. We're almost at Renderak. Alright. What do you think Renderak's gonna look like? Remember the, Remember that we've seen several biomes already. So we've seen snow, we've seen rocky, we've seen desert, we've seen lava. But we haven't really seen, like, a hellscape yet. Crystal's a good guess. Give me a sec. I really want my roast dragon. I always picture dragon meat as being spicy. A gross swamp. Yeah, very, very Dark Souls kind of a swamp. I don't really have a good reason why. It just makes sense in my head. Alright. There we are. Perhaps not. This wall's made of ice. Can you break through it? Yeah. Welcome to Renderak. Zooks, this is Renderak? I was expecting... Is this a trick? Is it an illusion? Something tells me this monster's about. Let us continue onward, but be on your guard. Trust me when I say that this makes perfect sense. Are you humans? You seem a bit different from the others around here. Isn't this place lovely? It's just like being in a dream. I guess that's the best thing about living in an illusion. Illusion? What do you mean by that? What, you didn't think this world was real, did you? It's a dream! From the magical talking trees to the pubs made from solid gold. It'll all be gone soon. Illusions can't last forever, so the whole world will fade away to nothing before long. What are you saying? I'm saying the place isn't real. It was dreamed up by the almighty Hargon to trick the 3 scions of Erdrick. Hargon built it, but the scions... Look, if you want to know more, go to the castle. That's your best bet. That place is a paradise for people who just want to sit back and enjoy the illusion. Not the foggiest what this means, but maybe we should do as the creature says. So, I'm going to go ahead and now officially spoil something from Dragon Quest II for you, because this locks into place neatly if you've played Dragon Quest II. Dragon Quest II, the main villain is a guy named Hargon. He wants to destroy the world and wipe the slate clean so he can then build his own new paradise out of it that he rules. That's his motive. Not much there. His main shtick? Well, he doesn't have the raw power of the Dragon Lord from the first game. So instead what he focuses on is illusions. One of his biggest illusions is he made this entire illusory realm specifically to trap the heroes. You go there, and you encounter one of the castles, and start talking to people, including the princess and the king, and they all act just a little bit weird. What's funny is this is implied to have been a huge effort and a major thing that Hargon did, specifically to trap the 3 heroes so they could never contest them. But if you're familiar with the game, you break out of it almost instantly. I mean, within minutes. You figure out that it's an illusion and just break out like that. Place pretty. Pity it all go away soon. Very sad, but I stay till end. We all stay. Is rule. How things must be. And, in case you haven't put this together yet, that castle right there is the illusory castle from Dragon Quest II. When I say this is a direct sequel to Dragon Quest II, I'm not being facetious. This moment gets a plus, by the way. This is actually a great reveal. It takes what's ultimately a forgettable side dungeon in the original game and turns it into the premise of the entire game, of this entire game. Looks so lovely from far away. Can see all of lovely Renderak and all of lovely Middenhall Castle, too. If you want to know truth, you must look closer, but if you do, it not look so lovely anymore. You'll notice it's starting to break down, by the way. Because illusions can only last so long. Yeah, so if you're wondering why there's a Moonbrook here, that's why. It's because there isn't. Or more accurately, because this isn't Moonbrook. It never was. It's an illusory Moonbrook. And yeah, you remember how I keep emphasizing this over and over and over again? Hargon's dead. That's kind of the point. That's kind of the problem. The reason the illusion and the reason for all this stuff going the way it is because Hargon died back in Dragon Quest II. But this whole illusory world he crafted is still going. Why do you think, why do you think people would accidentally wander in here without meaning to? The old woman from Skelkatraz, us, Lulu, all of the monsters who are with us on the boat, and Brownbeard. All of us are from the real world. All of us ended up here through chance and circumstance. And every single one of us has mentioned something about that every single time we've brought up the state of the world. Brownbeard talked about how he doesn't recognize any of the islands here, and none of his charts make any sense. Lulu talks about how it's strange because she thought the children of Hargon were defeated. Even the actual children of Hargon themselves back on the boat mentioned over and over that Hargon was dead, and they were on their last legs, on their very last ship, no less, and so forth and so on. The game's been building up to this point literally since the tutorial. Sure, J. Palmer, just for you. Just for you. Why is Malroth here? We're not sure yet, are we? We also don't know who's been talking to Malroth this whole time. Because again, and I feel like emphasizing this, Hargon's dead. Middenhall welcometh thee, friend. But wait, is it not His Royal Highness the Prince I see before me? Welcome home, Your Highness. Oh, by the way, depending on the version you play, some of the dialogue they say in here is literally word for word identical to the dialogue they say in the illusion sequence in Dragon Quest II. Good morrow, brave prince. Pray, avail thyself of all the treasure house has to offer. 'Tis thine, that shouldst thou will it. Now that our king hath joined forces of justice under the banner of mighty Hargon, little need have we of such worldly trinkets. Beg thy pardon, thou art come to vanquish the High Priest Hargon? But thou art in fair Middenhall Castle, friend. Besides, wherefore wouldst thou wish to destroy one so benevolent as he? Thou art hot-headed indeed. The shame of it, I know not what possessed me. That I should ever have thought to harm one so blameless as the High Priest Hargon. You can kind of see why the heroes broke out of this illusion immediately, by the way. Everyone in this castle's acting jolly peculiar. What in the world's wrong with them? They all have the same dull, vacant stares, enraptured by some sort of vision. So, in case it's not fully obvious, this particular portion of the illusion was designed with one purpose in mind. To trap the heroes of Erdrick, the Scions of Erdrick, the main three characters from Dragon Quest II. So the programming of the illusion here is substantially simpler. In most of the other programming, including literally every member of our party right now, was designed to be much more advanced. And, well, essentially a version of droid effect happened, because the illusion has kept going in the absence of its creator for some time now. We don't know exactly how long, and there's actually conflicting information on that, but it has at least been a few years, because, you know, we know that Moonbrook Castle, for example, has been rebuilt since the end of Dragon Quest II, right? So it's been at least a few years, and their programs, which have been running in the background, have been developing and actually generating droid effect. Good day to thee. I am Mireia, entrusted now with the conduct of His Majesty's affairs in his former Chancellor's stead. It is my duty to brighten the throne room and to otherwise embrace this precious new era of peace. Wouldst thou see me dance? Thou shalt come to love me more than thou didst that stuffy and over-serious Chancellor. I mean, it's also... So I mentioned this as an aside earlier. Remember we mentioning a casually, as we were talking, that the goddess can't reach here? It's because this is an illusion. An illusory realm, if you will. And the goddess isn't like capital G goddess, she's just a deity. So she doesn't have domain or dominion over everything. So she literally can't see within here. She can't interact within here. Which is kind of messed when you really think about it, but let's not get into that. Since he did wisely bow to the rule of Hargon, his majesty hath been happier than ever he was before. If you should chance to meet him with the high priest, pray pass on to him the thanks of our people. And of course, the king now has two bunny girls, because, I mean, come on. Majesty, I beg of thee, I cannot drink a single drop more. Surely it's thy turn by now, sire. He. Yea, and verily, truly art a handsome prince indeed. Come, join me in a cup of mead. Welcome home. I begin to fear that company had come to grief in an attempt to slay Hargon, about whom we were so mistaken. But thou art returned unharmed. Verily, 'tis further proof, if such were needed, of Hargon's boundless mercy. Yea, as a brother did he greet me, and fully glad do I serve him. You missed the big reveal, and you missed me talking about it for like 5 minutes, Evo, and giving it positives. 'Twas folly, 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 folly. Yeah, as you can see, the program is literally breaking down. Literally. This is why periodically someone would mention something about the world being wrong, or being in the wrong place, or whatever, because chunks and portions of it have literally been breaking down. Because again, and I hate to keep repeating myself, Hargon's dead. No one's actually maintaining this right now. Exactly. Missing soldiers? Yeah, they stopped existing. Just as these puppets cease to exist, so too shall you. It is your destiny as it is ours. All things, be they illusions or lies, must come to an end. None can say when this annihilation will come. But one thing is certain, there is no escape. The day of destruction approaches, and none can escape it. What? The dickens are you prattling on about, fiends? Speak some sense. Allow me to explain in more simple terms. This castle was created by the almighty Hargon, and now it will be your grave. Cool. Can I have, like, Malroth to fight here? At long last, the hated humans shall fall. Except for you, my most faithful disciple. You have proven yourself one of us. Come! Take your rightful place at my side. Yeah, it was Warwick. Now, you want to know the biggest hint that it was Warwick this entire time? You're gonna laugh. It's the fact that his name is Warwick. If you don't know your history, don't worry about it. So, if I might be so bold, this is actually extraordinarily well written. Usually these kinds of reveals are a little bit too obvious or a little bit too obfuscated. In this case, this one was really well done, all things considered. Warwick only really gives away his motives twice, and I was paying attention this time around. Both times, and I'll tell you what his motive is. He doesn't want to die, or more accurately, he doesn't want to poof out of existence. He found out that he's an illusion. So he's betraying them because he thinks that the monsters will take him on to, that will allow him to survive the cessation of the illusion. Now you're probably thinking, oh, so the monsters are lying to him. No. The monsters have been loyal to the children of Hargon all this time, all the illusory monsters, because one of the things that Hargon told them was that if they're loyal, they'll survive the collapse of the illusion. We saw a bit of this back in Skelkatraz, and we see bits and pieces of it here and there throughout the course of this entire sequence. So, the monsters are like, sure, we'll take you with us if you betray them. And if you're paying attention, that means that Warwick and the monsters didn't actually give a crap about Moonbrook. They only cared about two things. Malroth and us. To fracture friendships, weaken the military. Oh, and if I could add one other little thing, I did this very much on purpose, because obviously I knew it was Warwick the whole time. One of the things the game does is it has several conversations between that guy on the left, the monster, and the traitor, Warwick. Each time I was reading that out loud, I actually used the voice I was using for Anessa, rather than the gnomish voice I was using for Warwick. Just to add a little extra layer there. I thought that would be funny. To fracture friendships, weaken the military, ensure the construction of the Gazapple, that it might eventually fall into monsters' hands. That was my mission, and though I encountered many difficulties, I have finally achieved my every aim. It was you the whole time. You were the Spiderwings, but why? Why would you betray us like this? A traitor? Me? You're the ones who betrayed all I believed in. I'm the only man of Moonbrook who holds true to the children of Hargon's teachings, not like you faithless curs. You've done well, Warwick. And just as you were promised, you shall be rewarded. Join us as a monster. Yes, finally, I've attained to monsterhood. Thank you, thank you! Fly, my pretty, tear these limbs, traitors limb from them, bathe in the blood of the builder. Warwick and Rector. The traitor and his hateful handler. So, I find this imminently amusing. Literal seconds after he finally reveals his betrayal, which he has done solely for the purpose of ensuring he doesn't die, we kill him. It's okay, though. Now we can go let Malroth out, right? I mean, there's no reason to keep Malroth imprisoned anymore, so we can let Malroth out. Right? And now, I wish the game had done this. I wish the game had spawned Warwick as a level 1 slime. You know, like literally the kind of thing you'd see at the very beginning of the game. So when you fight him, he literally has like 5 HP or some nonsense like that. So, just for bonus points, does anybody in chat know who Warwick is? Not this guy, the historical figure. I'm just idly curious. God damn it, this is really annoying. Hard to dodge, too. Okay. I die at this rate. Really? Game? Hey, Sean. Ugh! Off them for a second. Yeah, that animation lock has literally killed me before. Be a little bit cautious for the moment. Also, once again, the game does not equate the fact that, you know, we don't have Malroth or our kit. So we're fighting a reasonably hard boss battle with even less than we already have. I honestly think that's worth a gameplay negative, so I'm going to give it 1. No, von Falkenstein. Thought they had it for a moment there, but somehow we pulled through. Warwick, Warwick! Hang on, I'm dying here. Give me one. This world, this lie, it cannot last. It matters not who wins the accursed war. We'll all die. Every one of us. What lie? What are you talking about, Warwick? One day I realized this was all an illusion. I tried to speak with His Majesty. I pleaded with him, but he refused to listen. That's when the Rector came to me. Said he would save me from death, if I could earn it. When Runner arrived and rang the bell, I found my chance had come. My opportunity to prove myself worthy. Warwick, you... The children of Hargon are absolute, and so is my belief. Would die to protect their teachings. I know you, Anessa. You never believed. You spoke of heart-filled convictions and sacred duties, but it was all a lie. I have failed, and so shall you. No human can stand against Atlas. Struggle if you wish. You will all perish in the end. Enjoy your just reward. Well thought, humans. It seems as if I underestimated you. But no matter. Doomsday draws near. The world of illusion shall soon cease to be. If only I could have destroyed you by my own hand before that day came to pass. Still, it would seem that victory shall yet be ours. Pathetic humans. Were you truly fool enough to rally your whole army behind this builder? Correct, Raven King. Although he's a little bit bigger than he was last time. It seems as you were, so your castle is practically undefended. Yeah, thanks, King. No, it's okay. The king wasn't a traitor. He's just a moron. I cannot fathom it. What in the world happened? Is the castle an illusion? Are we an illusion? Oh no, look what he dropped.
Yay!
Seems our expedition was a success. But at what cost? The Rector's final words about our castle's defenses don't sit well. Forgive me, I was a million miles away. He spoke of the defenses? Yeah, Anessa, who is actually a lot smarter than she seems to be, is the one who's been thinking about the fact that she's an illusion. I imagine she's having a bit of an existential crisis right now. A little bit. The castle's in danger. Is this all part of Anessa and Rector's plan? Quickly, we must go to the people's defense. Yeah, sure, let's just break out, you know, Malroth and help this situation. Hang on, I'm gonna go break out Malroth. The Scaly Squadron's superior. We're still injured. That's funny. Alright. Let me just let out Malroth. You know what we could do while we're here? We could finish his staircase so he has someplace nice to leave when we can let him out. Anybody who knows my last playthrough of this game knows that I just kept being like, can we let him out yet? Can we let him out yet? And I'm just going to spoil this for you. They don't let us let him out for way too damn long. And without Malroth, our damage is pathetic. That's why we're going back to using the needle for now, because we cannot contribute to the damage at this point. All we can do is hope for a kill. Brock. We're gonna back off for a minute. Just sort of stand here. Just gotta stretch. Yep. Stretch. That's true, Blitzeable. It has already been too long, twice over, if not thrice over at this point. Literally, what should have happened is we should have let him out. Be fine now, but like at the very least, at this point of the game, it should have been like, exactly. That's what should have happened, but it didn't for some reason, and that's a negative to story. Any questions?
Wait. Why are you fighting a dragon?
I'm not. They are.
I don't remember there being a dragon.
You haven't gotten this far. Yeah, Malroth.
No, I'm past this island.
Did you get past this point?
I thought so.
Actually,
Or can you leave this island and go back to
No,
the...
you did. You're right. You did. You got to the 4th island, which is the last one. I don't remember
Yeah.
you beating the game, though.
I didn't. Hi.
Excuse me. Did you finish your conference?
Yeah.
Did you learn anything?
I'll show you.
Von Falkenstein, yes, her hair is
I
different.
learned.
Oh my goodness. I am vaguely shocked by that. Okay, that's even more than I thought.
Oy, this is the only one that you might find interesting.
Yeah, I'm getting out of range of the dragon.
You can zoom in.
Yeah, I got it, okay.
Okay. You can zoom in. I blonded myself about a week ago, Van Falkenstein. I won't be blonde for much longer.
I agree with that last point.
Hmm.
Digital literacy is actually a useful skill that more people should have.
Yes, but teaching AI is teaching digital literacy. It's a part of it.
No, I know.
Teaching kids what AI is, and it's raining.
Yeah. It's been looking like it was going to rain for a while. Is she still out?
No idea.
Either way. Raglan says you need a toner.
Yeah, no, it's there's some orange there.
A little bit. Excuse me. Oh. Yes, we did the thing, blah, blah, blah. What became of your Warwick? Well... See... Warwick was a Warwick. And yeah, there are ways... It's a reason why some people are better at Google than others. It's either a deliberate or unintentional knowledge of how the algorithm works.
Mm-hmm.
How the search engine works.
Mm-hmm.
So Warwick was the traitor. He was so scared of death, he prepared to do anything in his power to escape it, even side with the monsters.
This is my redone notes.
Okay.
The originals were way out of order and didn't include all of the thoughts and weren't color coded in a
Were
way.
you just like scribbling as they were talking, kind of a thing, or what?
And as things occurred to me, and stopping
Oh.
so that I could listen.
Hang on. So,
I would maybe add.
so there's this guy called Richard Neville. Neville. You're probably thinking, who the hell's Richard Neville? Well, he was the 16th Earl of Warwick. He is, I'm not going to list this whole thing, but he's literally famous for being a traitor. And, yeah, it was during the War of the Roses, which is something that Japanese writers absolutely adore touching on. Probably because the War of the Roses was a whole mess. That's actually kind of fascinating to read about, as long as you're not involved in it, because it was a mess. What are your plans for this sort of thing? That's the one. But
No, I made the decision about 4 o'clock.
I think it's time you told His Majesty the truth. From the very beginning, you have never subscribed to the teachings of the children of Hargon. What? Runner, from the moment you made me that anecdotal... The anecdotal herb that saved my life, I realized our chance to defeat the children of Hargon had finally come. However, even at that time, I held suspicions that enemy spies had infiltrated our ranks. I had to hide my true allegiances. Anessa had been committed to overthrowing the monster's rule since long before you arrived. That's why she sent me to infiltrate the army. That's your big hint that Anessa wasn't the traitor, by the way. Not just literary conventions, but the fact that she's the one who sent out their spy in order to infiltrate the enemy. And he has been universally successful and honestly quite intelligent the whole time. I wanted to tell you the truth, but when you recovered the wizard's workstation, something His Majesty said gave me pause. The enemy have eyes everywhere. Did I say those words? I meant nothing profound by them. I must admit, you had me completely fooled. Yeah, as we mentioned, the king is not sus or brilliant or anything. Yeah, he's literally just an idiot. He's just an idiot. So...
Why do you have stairs going underneath that?
So, I remember, you probably don't remember this, but when I first played this, in irritation at the fact that the game wouldn't let me release Malroth, I poisoned the whole kingdom, right? But this time I decided to do something different. So if you can't really tell, the place is a mess because I just went through with a hammer for a while. Like, none of the rooms are actually complete. Everything's just debris on the ground.
And yet it's been restored to its former glory.
Well, hang on. As part of that, I was like, you know what, let's do something else. So when Malroth is finally allowed to go free, which is not right now, by the way, we get stuck into a cutscene where I can't show you the goddamn thing. Yep.
Are you did what I did, which was dig down and dig literally around it until you couldn't get to any of the blocks, trying to break it out?
I made it so that he was in the cube space, and then as soon as the battle was over, it was all restored.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that.
Okay. Anyway, so the king's just going to be like, he has a very simple question. In the world you knew, what became of my daughter? Now, spoilers, in Dragon Quest II, his daughter's fine. The princess was one of the ones who actually helped to restore Moonbrook and save the day, so she's cool. You'll notice there is no princess here in the illusory world. You know, if you hadn't played this game up to this point, this would be like the biggest spoiler of the whole game right here. But I don't feel bad, because you've seen it.
And also have no desire to actually play the game.
Yep, she hates this game so much she played all the way to the last stage and then quit it.
No. I have no desire to play the other one.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, that game sucks. So hang on, let me... Okay, I'm actually turned around, sorry. Let me show you what I did. It's actually really simple. I made Malroth a staircase to get the frickin' hell out of here the moment we can let him out. Notice that they still, at this point, are not letting us let Malroth out. Now, if you watched the last stream, you'll notice this is the point in time I started to get actually pissed. I was already angry. But I've known players who play this game, and after they finish this section, they just level the whole castle. The whole thing. Down to its frames. Anyways. Look, could you stop bleeping with low health, please? Are they still
bleeping?
Yeah, we're bleeping. I mean, you can't hear it, but we're bleeping.
Have you considered maybe eating?
I actually don't have any healing items. Not one.
Oh, you're screwed. Go ring the bell. I'm
It's
tired
okay.
of seeing hearts.
It's okay. The beetle leaf went away.
Go ring the bell.
Never.
Ring the bell!
Oh, up there. Let me figure out where to place this.
You have to go way up.
Is it even further up?
Yeah. It's all the way at the top.
I mean, seriously, Lord Hermit, the fact that they still are not letting us
Right
let him
there.
out. There it is.
See?
There it is. Yep, yep, yep.
I told
Is
you.
honestly an oversight. Well, let's go destroy more of the castle while we wait, shall we?
You're gonna destroy the exterior wall?
See, Raven King, I realized that destruction is honestly just married with
The builder
construction.
giveth and he taketh away.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I made you a nice castle, and then you imprisoned my friend in it. So, you know, I don't feel really bad about this. I was waiting for Crazy Norse to show up. I think he just gave up on it. So, since we're kind of almost done with the chapter, let's go ahead and share Evo's ideas for how to improve this section without it being like 5 negatives to story. So, we know, or strongly suspect, that Anessa is the traitor. But we have no proof, so we decide to gain her trust and get info out of her to incriminate her. As part of this plan, Malroth volunteers to be a martyr. Anessa doesn't really like him, and puts him in jail. We pretend to help her. Malroth gives his little speech, but he's just
You
pretending
put
too.
the door in the wrong spot.
What door?
That one. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll get rid of the other door, too.
That one was off center, so it bothered me.
So, Malroth pretending. At this point, we have 2 potential resolutions. If Anessa, is the traitor, then we find the proof. She doesn't go without a fight. We join Malroth. We fight her. Cool. Or, what if Anessa is not the traitor? She just didn't like Malroth, but the real traitor is Warwick, who's been plotting against us the entire time. Turns out he wanted us to falsely think Anessa's the traitor, and was probably the one pitting her against Malroth behind the scenes, because he saw Malroth as the real threat, and the only one who could defeat monsters that are attacking the castle. There you go. Boom. I think that's a good idea. Even it's just off the top of her head, as she says, it's still a good idea. And it still pretty neatly explains away the whole situation and gets us from point A to point B without getting the game several negatives in the process. What are they doing? Yeah, that's the other thing. I can understand Malroth being a bit depressed initially, but by now he probably should have done something. This is a common problem in this game. I love this game to absolute death, as the score is currently showing. But the game tends to take too long in several respects. I mean, while we wait, we might as well bring this place down to its frames. Hope you like your swamp. Yes, that's right. I'm making Florida. The only person we told was the king, who already knew. We'll talk about the illusory thing later, because it'll obviously be coming up later. Are they done building that stupid thing yet? That's funny. We're just going to leave all the resources there. If they can figure out something to do with them, if they can figure out how to build, you know what? Good on them. If they can't, well, enjoy starving to death.
Yep.
What? How do you still need stuff? How does anybody still need stuff? Oh my god. Hang on. Notice we're still not smiling, by the way. Where's the... Anyways, I'm done. For real. They apparently need stuff, so let's get on with this. What is the reason they keep Malroth imprisoned? Well, you see... And I think, honestly, that explains it as best as I can. I hope that makes sense. You know what the hardest thing to do is during those little gags I do? I have to come up with something to actually say. I don't just sit there going blah, 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 blah. I have to actually be talking. What I was talking about is how some stories have something so venomous and poisonous that it seeps into the rest of the story and just makes the whole thing worse. Like, the ending of Mass Effect 3 was one of the examples I was using. Ultimately, in a review sense, the ending of Mass Effect 3 is terrible, of course. But, like, from a personal perspective, from a very, very subjective perspective, it's hard for us, and there's a reason it took us years to appreciate Mass Effect 3 and the good parts of that game. You know why? Because it was so poisonous. It just seeped in and ruined the whole rest of the work. You know what that's like. Every single one of you in chat has at least one work, whether it's a show, a game, a movie, or a book, or a person, where there's one thing about it that just poisons the whole well. Perfect way to put that. Right? Yeah, World of Warcraft, Star Trek. I have a very compartmentalized brain, so I tend to be able to take something and just remove it from the work and enjoy the rest of the work. Always acknowledge that it's there, by the way. To not acknowledge it would be even worse. But it's very understandable, because most people look at that and think, ugh. And I'm with it. Yeah, The Last Jedi. But the third tower's complete. We must make the cannon. What were you discussing? You made me think of all the things I should have told you, but did not. Please forgive my dishonesty. It's okay. Let's go have sex. We must prepare for the final battle. Exactly, Kira White Noise. As I've talked about many times, it's obvious why intros are so important. And it's doubly obvious why outros are so important. Because they're usually the last bit of the game you played. And you're just looking, and that's what you're left with. And it's like, ugh. Well, again, I don't have the Poisoned Well thing personally, Lord Harriman, but I can probably come up with other examples, like, random example, Neverwinter Nights 2, Vanilla. A game that I rather enjoy, that has, honestly, one of the worst endings to a game I have ever seen. Also, KOTOR 2, and KOTOR 1, and Final Fantasy 2, and Final Fantasy Tactics. I honestly could keep going. Most games, we've talked about this before, most games trip at the outro, to varying degrees of quality, or lack of quality. No, I did not, Ross. I didn't like the outro, to be very clear, of FFT. I think that the moment it stops being about the war, and you know what I'm talking about, it's the moment you fight your brother, right? No spoilers, because duh, but it's the moment you fight your brother, and the moment that that fight is over, the game has effectively ended. And then it keeps going for quite a while, and it's just like, ugh, and the gameplay gets worse, the battles get worse, and the story nosedives in quality. Just like that. Anyways. I have admired builders since I was... Yeah, no, Lufia 2 has a great outro. Final Fantasy 6 has a great outro. Chrono Trigger has a great outro. You'll notice there's a trend that some of the truly great games tend to have a very good outro. Super Metroid has a great outro. Metroid Dread has a great outro. Earthbound has a great outro. And so forth. We could name several. I'm trying to think of something that's not on the SNES. There are several examples of games. Diablo 3, actually, with regards to Reaper of Souls. Great outro. Undertale. Great outro. Technically twice. Technically 5 times. Let's not get into that. Oh yeah, speaking of games, yeah, Mystic Quest of all things. Great outro. It's one of the best parts of the game, if not the best part of the game. But switching back to games with terrible outros, Dragon Age 2. So, for those of you who were there for the Dragon Age lore run, you may remember this, but for those of you who weren't, I remember Dragon Age 2 badly. Really badly. Then I did the lore run, and I was honestly really enjoying myself. I was really getting into Dragon Age 2. There were flaws, there were irritations, but it was still a great game and a huge net positive. And I'll never forget this, because what was going through my head at the time was, why did I remember this game so badly? And then we hit Act 3. And the moment we hit Act 3, it was like, oh, because Dragon Age 2's outro sucks. Very true, 040, very true. By the way, while we're on the subject of bad outros, Dragon Age Inquisition. Interestingly enough, speaking of great games again, Dragon Age Origins, great outro. Honestly, and I mean this with sincerity, I think Dragon Age Origins has the best, no, the second best outro BioWare has ever put out. Which reminds me, of course, of Mass Effect 2. Great outro. Do I consider Citadel DC part of the Mass Effect 3 outro? No. The outro of Inquisition wasn't nearly as bad as 2's, or several others that I've just listed, but I remember Inquisition's outro. It was bland. There was no fulfillment. There was no interesting boss fight. There was no grand scenes. It was just like, oh, okay, we gotta stop the story now, so let's go. The whole final dungeon, if you can even call it that, was just dull as dishwater. outro, so what I call the outro is, I call it that on purpose. It usually encompasses the ending, the final boss, and the final dungeon. But this range can vary based on the game, and even the genre of the game in some cases. So what actually is defined as the intro and the outro is variable. Something we actually did when we were originally going through the Final Fantasy series, we were defining when does the intro end. Because some FF intros are very short, like say FF1 or FF4. And then some intros are actually pretty damn long, like say FF7, which has like a 4-hour intro. Anyways, my faith in the Children of Hargon was unshakable. That was a heartfelt conviction to fight Murmur. That was a lie. The foundations of Moonbrook Castle were laid by a builder who came to this island many years ago. By the time I was born, the Children of Hargon's teachings already spread far and wide. Builders were...
I forgot the thing that I came in here in the first place to tell you.
I would agree. One of the reasons I think, and I mean this with sincerity, I think one of the reasons that the Kingdom Hearts series is so widely beloved is because they tend to nail both the intro and the outro. Sorry, building, scheduling stuff. So one day I looked up at this fine, majestic fortress, and a great joy welled within me. I dreamed of creating such incredible structures myself. Ever since that day, the Children of Hargon were my sworn enemy. I pledged to overthrow them and become a builder. My true conviction. Warwick had a conviction too, but his beliefs were not his own. They were imposed on him. I believe that true conviction comes from within. It is not something you can make for yourself. It is something that can be imposed on you by others. Feels good to finally get that off my chest. Forgive me, no matter how hard I wish to lay them low. I should not have lied to you. No, you should not have. You're right, Ross. But, I mean, narratively, how many positives did I pile on for that outro? People call me stubborn. They say I'm a stickler for rules and regulations, but I never believed in blah, 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 blah. Listen to me going on again. Come on, time for the grand finale. Let's go kill Atlas. Yeah, let's get done with this stupid island. And then let's show off the roller coaster without Jay Palmer or Crazy Norse being here. Yeah, presentation is an important part of an outro and an intro. So, music and visuals are both important too. You know, yeah, you'll notice we still do not have Malroth. I've never seen such power. Can we please let Malroth out? It would take 20 seconds. I could rush over there and have him out of there in 20 seconds. Can I please let Malroth out? The energy that pours into the orbs has already been ready to fire at enemies. He was waiting for the fool to fall for our trap. Yep. And here's our trap. Getting Malroth out. Why do you hold such an aggrieved expression? Let Malroth out. Of course. You know all too well that Maroth and I have our differences, but I want you to know neither I nor His Majesty had any desire to see your friend imprisoned. Really? Warwick was the one who convinced His Majesty that Maroth was a danger. He meant to divide us, and it worked. Of course, the matter with the mirror did not help his defense, but I should not make excuses. I may not have urged Maroth's incarceration, but neither did I argue against it. I beg your forgiveness. Honestly, I actually like you enough, Vanessa, that I'm willing to let that go. But if you're gonna beg forgiveness of anyone, it is Malroth. Go apologize to him. Now. Come with me if you want to live. Look at the crater. Look at the crater. I didn't even finish it. Oh. It's you. So you finally decided to let me out, have you? What's happened? Hello? Thought I heard something. Oh. Hello, hello? If only I could rush up and give horrible tickles. Blah. 3? Oh, one for you, right? You can have one. You can have whichever. Now we must kill Atlas. Oof. Okay, hot gamer take. Let's see. Metal Gear Solid series is not that good. No, that's not true. I actually do like the Metal Gear Solid series. Kojima is not that good. There you go. Let's see, what else? Competitive versus gameplay is overrated. No, I can't say that in fairness either. Is over emphasized by companies trying to make money. Probably a better way to phrase that. Let's see, what else? Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 suck as games. Over catered to. That's a better way to put it. I'm actually in favor of proper versus gameplay, even if it's not my thing. But I do think certain companies way overemphasize it and dump way too much money on it, trying to prop it up as a way to make money. Ugh. Water. Let's see, what else? Anyways, so you built a massively magical cannon, and now the Major General of the monsters is on his way to destroy us all. You serious? There's a big bad baddie coming, and now you decide to let me out of our cell? You leave me locked away down here, never even dropping by to say hello. Excuse me? And now you're in trouble, you come for me to help? You're disgusting, Runner. But I built you a staircase. What? What else do you want? Shut up, okay? Just shut up. I've had enough of your excuses. Oh, for crying out. You'd think if you were the one whose best friend had betrayed them. Malroth. Even though Warwick sowed the seeds of doubt in my mind, I should not have stood idly by while this wrong was done to you. For that, I am truly sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have let those soldiers die at Munaheim. I'm sure you did all you can to save them. For my part, I should not have taken my anger out on you. It was not your fault. Well, I'm still sorry about it. Hey, Runner. I'll help you beat Atlas, but after that, I'm done. You built a dungeon to lock me away, and only let me out when you needed help. That's low. I suppose it makes sense, though. Why would a builder care about a guy like me who can only destroy stuff? I thought we could be friends, but I guess I was wrong. You and me, Runner, we're through. And that's the final negative for all that nonsense. Gotta squeeze out one last bit of drama out of all this crap. I'm sorry, I love this game to death. This is gonna be one of my highest rated games of all time. But this garbage is garbage. I don't have a more fanciful way of saying that. This whole thing, is astonishingly bad, and it rubs your nose in it, and then it keeps rubbing your nose in it. The whole time I'm like, do you mind? It's also a huge cliche, you're right. There's literally a cliche called the third act conflict. For those of you who have never heard of this, the third act conflict is when there's the heroes, and they're like, yay, we're heroes, we're friends and buddies, and we're cool. Wait, wait, wait. We've hit the third act. I don't like the way you tie your shoes. Oh, yeah? Well, I don't like the way that you sniff the air. We're through. Dun, 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 dun. And the third act conflict exists for a reason. It's because it's a way to amp up tension before the finale, to add a little bit of extra suspense to things. But it can be done well, and it can be done formulaically. Or, excuse me, badly. And yeah, I was going to say, DreamWorks movies are really, really bad about the third act drama. The third act conflict. Listen, your shoes just smell really good, okay, Disco? My favorite third act conflict? Han Solo, A New Hope. It can be done properly. It can be done well. And the example I just gave isn't even really the best example of it. It's just immediately, right off the top of my head, Han Solo's like, nope, I need to get out of here. I got my money. I'm paid. I'm not going back to that stupid Death Star. And it's clear, even as he's leaving, he's already questioning the decision. And what's the last thing he says to Luke before Luke goes off on the battle? May the Force be with you. So, we can tell that the conflict is already on its way to being resolved before it's even finished blossoming. And then, frankly, let's blow this thing and go home is one of the best lines in the entire film. Harrison Ford nails the delivery of it. You can tell just the jubilation of it. It was perfectly presented, and it's one of the reasons why that finale of the destruction of the Death Star is one of the best scenes in film history, one of the best sequences. The pacing, the timing, the presentation, the build-up, the escalation, the music, it's perfect. So, forgive me for gushing about good cinema, but my point is, the third act conflict can work. That's why it became a cliche. Remember, cliches aren't bad. Has we ever seen a good third act conflict in a video game? Probably. I can't think of one right off the top of my head. I'll chew on that for a bit. I am not currently muted, no. I am mutated, yes. So let's update the HUD, because I believe that's the last of the story variances we're getting from this particular section. It's such a funny thing, because my favorite moment in the game and my least favorite moment in the game are both in this chapter. Well, that's not true. My second favorite moment of the game and my least favorite moment of the game are both in this chapter. Sorry, forgot another one. Jesus Christ. We're almost up to 70 pluses to gameplay. I'm just going to go ahead and do this now and just leave that there. Okay. I'm glad Malroth is finally free, but what of your friendship? I can hardly believe you two would go your separate ways. When you arrived on the island, you seemed inseparable. This anger cannot last. Friendship like yours is not so easily sundered. It may take time, but this wound will heal, and I shall do everything in my power to help. Oh yeah, you want to hear another third act conflict that was so bad it never actually made it into the final script? Star Trek V. Boss battle. Runner, His Majesty is thoroughly briefed me on the cannon works. First, you must place your hand on the orb, then line up your darts, but it can only fire so often. battle-hardened behemoth. Hear me, humans, you cannot win. You cannot escape your fate. Struggle all you like. It will do you no good. You will be destroyed. That was underestimates us. Quickly, get to the Kazapple cannon. It can't be. He's unhurt. I not expect humans to put up real fight. But it will take more than Magic Pea Shooter to hurt Mighty Atlas. Go, minions, destroy humans, destroy their castle, destroy everything! It was wow. It was Shatner's idea. Shatner really wanted a thing where the heroes were on his side at the beginning with the campfire, and then they all betrayed him, but in the end they returned to his side, and that's why the film was actually framed by the campfire scenes. But yeah, DeForest Kelley and Leonard Nimoy said, no. Super Turbo Ultra no. I just realized we actually don't have 69 pluses to gameplay. We could go down there and fight, but honestly, there's barely a reason to. Let's see. Nope, nope, nope. There you go. There's our pluses to gameplay. Just to be as obtuse as possible. It's funny you say that, Lord Harrowmont, because while I agree, I also think that one was also done badly. Basically, it started a little bit too soon, and it lasted a little bit too long. Hi, Crazy Norse. You missed several things. Obviously, I suppose. So, do you want to hear, Evo's idea for how to fix the multiple negative awesomes, or awfuls here, prisoners? Oh, the graveyard scene is great. And there are some very good scenes between them. Even the making up, which actually happens in post-game, is a great scene. It does also lead to the two bad endings, though. Alright, so hang on, let me pull it back up again, because I read that earlier. Give me a second. So, we know or suspect that Anessa is the traitor. Cool. So we need to get some kind of proof. What? If you fire the Kazapple cannon, it will have no effect. We must bide our time and wait for the moment to strike. Return to the front lines. Okay. Right, whatever. Anyways, actually, in fairness, there is something I could do here to be participant, because we have so many soldiers here. I can buff all of them. Let's just say buffs are even better when shared. Anyways, okay, so we suspect or know that Anessa is the traitor. So, we decide to gain her trust by having a plot with Malroth. Malroth volunteers to be martyred in the situation, so we ensure that he gets jailed, and he gives us this whole speech of, you suck. Now, we pretend to help her in doing this whole thing to gain her confidence, right? Once we have her confidence... What? Okay. Anyways, once we have her confidence, we learn about what's going on, and blah, blah, blah. Now, at this point, we have two potential resolutions. Either Anessa is the traitor, in which case she's a boss battle when we fight her alongside the recently freed Malroth, or she's not the traitor, she just didn't like Malroth. There's a scene where she apologizes for her biases, blah, 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 and we use this information to find out who the actual traitor is. Either way, we completely bypass all the negatives involved. What do you think? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, okay. It's okay, I've encountered that bug before, but every time I see it, I cringe a little bit like, okay. Just now can I shoot him? Please. Of course he is. I mean, why wouldn't he be, Crazy Norse? Oh. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. Really. Would you rather give one negative for Malroth being slightly out of character? Or, I think we're up to like 6 negatives for what actually happened. Just to get mathematical about it. Nope. What? Sure, let me use the Kazapple cannon now that he can't defend against it. That would be funny, Lord Harriman. Anyway, so, let's see what we've got going on with the weather here. Let's see. 102 degrees right now. Excessive heat warning until 9. Supposed to have thunderstorms Saturday, and Sunday, and Monday. Cool. It's okay, the air quality is decent. But... sparkling out of the way there. And now... Heat index, 112. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this whole summer is supposed to be very unpleasant. By the way, unlike the previous boss fight, this is not exactly a good boss fight. Yeah, I aimed it wrong. I literally aimed it wrong. Now I guess I can go back on the steps. The problem with this boss battle, it's a little too scripted, and the time in between being able to do things is gargantuan. So there's huge sections of just, yep, let me know when we're there. Looks like 3 more. That should be good. I'm sorry, Evo. Are you talking about Middenhall, Crazy Norse? In which case, yeah. We need to deal with Toronto, no matter the cost. There we go. Now I've got a nice safe way to get to and from the battlefield and the cannon. Well, we will in a second when I finish building it. There we go. See? I mean, while I'm here, might as well finish this up. Get our OSHA compliance in here. Almost all of it, Von Falkenstein. You remember that tutorial on the ship? That was actually in the real world. But it is the only part of the game that actually occurs in the real world. Everything else is part of the illusion. The holodeck, if you would. Okay, so Atlas is now furious. Okay, now we can use the Kazaffle cannon. And it even teleports us here, that's funny. Right in his mug. I don't know, Crazy Norse. It would be really easy for that to be screwed up. I'd have to think about that. Game! Game! It would, but again, I honestly automatically hesitate to think of such a thing. I'd have to really think about it. I suppose I could, since I have almost nothing to do right. So let's see. How would I fix it? Fucked everybody. I mean, if I'm being completely honest, the easy solution here is don't imprison Malroth. Just completely eject that part of the equation. Malroth just stays with us the whole time. We're like, oh my god, there's an evil traitor in our midst. What do we do? Oh my god, it was Warwick. And Malroth's like, aha! I thought it was Anessa, because she didn't like me. I guess that shows me. And yeah, it would help smooth over the gameplay, and it would essentially just take the entire cancerous chunk of story and throw it out the window. It would probably even improve the pacing of the chapter, to be blunt. I know it sounds cheating to just remove a story element completely, but honestly, you gotta do that every now and again. Sometimes, as a manager, you have to understand something just doesn't work, and accept that, and move on. He's a big boy, isn't he? Wait, what's he doing? Oh, jeez. Don't destroy my staircase. Don't destroy my staircase. Okay, staircase is still there. Barely. It got shaved. Look, they've all still got the buff, Shadow Machine, but fine, there. Give everyone the buff again. See if we can stack the buff. Which we can't. We got the thing. Hey, we can make a magic shield now. Pardon me, we never made this. Don't worry, we'll rebuild the castle to its former glory. We did! We defeated Atlas, and that item he dropped. Could it be? Runner, my boy! Our beautiful builder, you have vanquished our foe and saved our kingdom. Yep, I saved your kingdom. Yep. We did it. We actually did it. We defeated the Children of Hargon. Ahem. Pardon that outburst. Such behavior is unbecoming of Moonbrook's military leader. Before celebrations begin, let's repair the castle. Yeah, let's see how much they repair here. Yep, that's what I thought. The base is restored to its former glory. I don't know what you're talking about, Crazy Horse. So, you recovered the relic. It is the Mark of Moonbrook. You have to repair it. Okay. I can do that.
Yaha!
Nice banners. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to them. I leave you one bed. I look forward to seeing you all fight each other over it. Yeah, where is Malroth? We need to go apologize to him again and have the game say, nope, nope, you were a terrible friend. Stay away from me, runner. But this is as good as new. How can I ever repay you? As I told you, and you alone, this world is but an illusion. It may fade away at any moment. And when I see your smiling face, it fills me with hope. Mayhap you are not an emissary of annihilation, but one of creation, sent by the heavens to save us from our wretched fate, to save this world from destruction. Take the Mark of Moonbrook, affix it to the beacon of Erdrick. I guess. We'll see how long it takes us to do the intermittent stuff. I can hardly believe it. For this is what a world without war feels like. A world at peace. I cannot thank you enough. If it were not for you, this day would have never come. I'm gonna sing badly. Honestly, is there anything you won't sing about? So they're like, yay! They decide to celebrate. Preparations for our victory are complete. Now let's start with the fireworks display. Consider this a humble gift from your monarch. Except for the firework cannons themselves. Those are from you. Oh, and I saw Malroth standing over there. He needs a friend to talk to. Really? Well, Malroth can wait a second, apparently. Well, they get a builder to build it for them. Obviously, Bragan. Why did I say that to him? Why would I do that? Something isn't right. Something's wrong with me. Oh, runner, it's you. How long have you been standing there? Because apple cannon's really something. Guess you won't need me to beat up monsters for you anymore. You build things, I mash monsters. But you don't need me anymore, and I don't need you. Once we get back to the island, we can go our separate ways. Jeremiah was looking for you. But Malroth. I love you. Runner, why the dour expression? Tonight we celebrate our victory, yet your face suggests you mourn a bitter loss. Whatever your troubles, tonight's celebration shall surely put them from your mind. What do you mean you cannot remember how you built them? Come, my boy, you made them at my request. Here, have some more fireworks. I believe Vanessa had something to say to you. Honestly, I think I might lead up to one, probably final, negative to story for all this. Can you guess what it is? That's right, it's for fireworks. Are you enjoying the fireworks? Lord Jeremiah tells me he's saving the best for last, so seems your pledge treat in store for us. What say you? Are you ready to sit back and enjoy the grand finale? Runner, there may be time for celebration, but I cannot stop thinking about you and Malroth. I'm sure you do not mean the wounding words he sent to you. We all say things we do not mean in the heat of the moment. I'm sure things work out between you, but Malroth is a stubborn sort. You must make the first move, and soon. Lady, I have gone to talk to him several times. The game is like, no. Damn it, Bregman. That night, the people set the sky in fire in celebration of their hard-won peace. As they gaze up through the kaleidoscope of the night sky, their thoughts turn to the bright future that lies before them. Except for two, Malroth and Runner, whose horizons have become unexpectedly cloudy because of the horrible curse of bad writing. Alas, no one can escape the bad writing. What did Warwick mean when he said our world was an illusion? Yeah, we'll talk about it later. Probably for the best. Also, she felt happy watching fireworks laying side by side with me last night. That's what I just kind of skipped over there. Lady, I am turbo taken. There's no matter which I must discuss with you. You came to this island in search of new companions. I'm not joking, Evo. To take back your island. Did you not? Friends who would help you drive back the children of Hargon? Well, there's a single man among us there's not a single man you have failed to inspire, so we'll all join you, so yada 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 yada. I mean, Malroth and Lulu certainly have that vibe going. Shut up. Please don't join me. Thank you for joining me. I'm not just being destructive, I'm speeding up a later quest. She even says flat out, you should take some of this stuff with you. That should be enough. Which is why I'm taking even more, just in case. That should be enough. Hello again. Thank you for helping. Blah, 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 blah. Please join us. I will not join you. You must go where you feel you are wanted. You're not my only bodyguard. What need if I have an armed escort when the nation's at peace? Yay! She joins us. The king will, of course, not be joining us. Because he's a dick. Listen, Crazy Norse. There's only two kinds of connections between people. Antagonistic because they want to have sex, and people who want to have sex. There is no other option. We humans are flawed creations, want to engender as much conflict and suffering, but sometimes we can create beauty, too. How do you think? I was trying to sound all philosopher the like. Anyways, take care of my daughter. Ah, who am I kidding? I'll go with you. Join me, Esther. Seriously, give me a healer in my party. You're no heal slime, but you'll do. Yeah, Zooks. Can't believe this is happening, but everything's wonderful. And we're gonna tell them to suck eggs. Can I join you? Yes. Ooh, good. Ah, you spoke to everyone? Jolly good. Since I was a child, I've always been fascinated by the art of building. I dreamed of becoming a builder myself. And now that I have the taste of building with my own two hands, I know I cannot stop now. The building bug has well and truly bitten. Yes, join me. Yep. Yeah, she thought it says take all the traps with you, but you have to do it manual-like. Hold on, I'm not sure I have that many traps left at this point. Take a couple of ballista, these are going to me. Come on. Alright, let's go. Long time no see. You brought some warriors. Yep. I heard some serious bangs and clangs. What exactly has been going on here? And more importantly, why is this an island in the first place? I always thought Moonbrook was on the mainland. That's because it is. The real one, anyways. Leaving so soon. Thank you again. You restored peace. Everything's cool. Everything's amazing. Malroth, do not pout so. I know we have treated you appallingly. Your imprisonment was unjust and undeserved. For my role in that fiasco, I wholeheartedly apologize. But look upon your friend. Behold the pained expression on his face. He is innocent of any crime, just as you are. Please do not inflict your torture on... I don't want to hear it, alright? Just shut up. God, Zooks, Malroth. How dare you take such an insolent tone with one as great as the king! Know your place, lest you lose your head. As great as the king? Which is greater, I ask you? A king or a god? Malroth, what has come over you? Let's not fight! Runner, I can't help but feel responsible for this discord. But entering into an argument will not solve anything. Let's speak with Malroth again when he's calmed down. Let's sail to the island. Okay. That would be funny, Kira White Noise. Throughout the journey, Malroth maintains a stony silence, staring at the ocean all the while. Dum dum dum. I mean, yeah, Malroth is what, like a month old at this point? Oh, runners, you're back! Thank goodness, we've all been eagerly awaiting your return. Those who you recruited to serve in Lulutopia's military. Half of them look like they're ready for retirement. What calls for your grim and grumpy look in your face? Where's your usual sunny smile? It's not my problem. I'm out of here. Malroth? Well, you had a tiff, didn't you? You're like children. What happened? Did you make fun of his ponytail? You will have to apologize immediately. But first, we must welcome our new arrivals. As official master of the island, it's with great pleasure that I... whatever. I'm sure you're eager to start building. We'll be helped, but we don't want to get in the way. If you need help, just talk and we'll be happy and it's cool and blah, 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 blah. Let's go talk to the hairy hermit. Welcome back. I take it these fellows are your... Goodness me, what have we here? Who's this mighty, muscular, merciless-looking maiden? What? The King of Moonbrook told you our world is a lie? What a load of poppycock. How could the world be anything but the truth? The idea is completely codswallop. And don't repeat it to anyone else. We don't want people panicking over this perjurous prattle. Uh-huh. Yeah, no kidding, Brazenors. You're more than welcome to stay. We could do with a few folk as fierce as you. We're threatened by the showing of high blood. They stopped attacking when you left, but now we must build you homes. Maybe you should have thought about that for 5 seconds. I need to prove myself as a builder. I know a perfect place. The Lilian Steps. I'm not dropping frames, but it might just be Twitch. Twitch do be like that, yo. God, I spent an absolutely insane amount of time terraforming this area. Just terraforming, just replacing all the terrain. Way too long. Well, any ideas? Lulutopia needs a castle, but it needs to be 1,000,000 times better than the one in Moonbrook. We are approaching the final act. We're in the interim, the bridge to the final act. So you decided what to build? Castle, snowfield, traps. So how many of you went hog wild on this castle? I think we primarily did that on Pax's save, not mine. We'll see. I actually legitimately don't remember. Actually check really quick here. Give me a second. Oh my god. I really did, didn't I? Oh my god, I did. How many hours did I spend doing this? Just this. Now, let's see. What did I do with my castle? Yeah, that's what I thought. I did nothing with my castle. I did the bare minimum and then walked away from it. Yeah, it was Pax's castle is the one we really built up. Yep. I did something else. So. Lulu has an eye on things. Runner, this is the last area that awaits development. Once you've completed these targets, the island will finally become a true builder's paradise. This is the final tablet, young builder, the final task that stands between you and your destiny. When your castle sits in a pristine snowfield, all ringed with impenetrable defenses, come to me at the temple and tell me of your success. 100% awful screeching mind. Why would you bring him back with you? He's a terrible singer, right? And look at this place. Mud and slime and arid sand everywhere. Ugh. No, I told Jay Palmer I'd wait until tomorrow to do it. Because he couldn't stay late enough for us to see it tonight. So we'll show it off tomorrow. Has a good foundation, commanding view of the surroundings. Certainly seems like an ideal place, but what are we going to do about creating a snowfield? We'll figure it out. Yes. Yep. We're going to build a castle. It's going to be really pathetic, because they want you to, you know... Okay, so we need to go to the place of ice, we need to recruit a Powy Yowie, and then we'll be able to make snow. Okay. All this crap. See, Breglin's being coy. She refuses to tell us. She knows the truth. Where's the rest of the trap? I picked up tons of traps. Like in the 50s, 60s range? I don't know, whatever. Actually, I suppose I could do that. The one under there? Crazy Norse? Thank you, Evo. No, I haven't shown that off yet. I think I couldn't access it until the end of the last dungeon, if I'm remembering correctly. Or island, excuse me. Next to the desert? Where's that at? Remind me. That'll have to do for now. The cabin. I mean... There's worse things, Danton, but I have to admit that the reuse of music is weird to me, especially since they'll reuse it in ways that don't always make sense. Like using the villain's theme, the airship theme in a different game. To use a direct example. That's just like, why? Yeah, I don't remember where it is at all. Crazy Horse. Yeah, like Final Fantasy series or the Mega Man series or even the Mario series uses remixes of pre-existing games. Yes, Sabaton. We just finished Moonbrook 5 minutes ago. I even give it plus for continuity with Dragon Quest II. So technically, Dragon Quest II has finally gotten a story positive. The remix, even the games that constantly remix the same songs over and over kind of irritates me. But at least the remixes, right? Literally just using the same songs over and over is just kind of eyebrow raising. Remember this area? This is where my sister and I built up. Everybody chooses a different spot to build up. Yeah, our homes were up there, on top of that plateau. I mean, it's up to them, Disco. It usually makes it easier for me to catch it, but more importantly, if I don't catch it, it's at least in the queue so I can answer it later. Hi, Huthor. Oh, only one way to go up. How is it so far? I'm not scared to fall now. We're pretty high up, but I have this thing. In games where I have the ability to prevent fall damage, I tend to be less afraid of falling. Go figure. At long last I found what I've been long searching for, a deserted island upon which my dreams may take shape. However, on my journey here I learned a terrible truth about this world. Such is the weight this revelation carries, I can scarce find the courage to commit it to paper. Since the moment I woke in this world, I had an inkling that all was not as it seemed, but the notion only began to take hold in Middenhall. When the truth finally dawned, my zest for life seemed to fade, and this decrepit vessel I call my body stood face to face with death. I landed here a vibrant youth, but when I gaze into the mirror now, all that greets me is this wizened old countenance. Add to my woes, it would appear the children of Hargon have discovered this island too. Whether it is they who will meet up my demise, or nature shall be the one to receive that honor, I cannot predict. All I can say for certain is death stalks me like a shadow. Okay. And we go here. Ah. Which thing, Huther? Exactly, Slifer. Ahoy, runner. Where will you be hauling anchor to today? I don't remember. I hope it's this one, because I can afford this one. I do have munchies on me, yes. I know, right? Who would be friends with a vampire? Honestly, Von Falkenstein. Ridiculous. Damn it, Buffy. Angel just isn't worth it for you. Or Spike, for that matter. Oh, cool, Uthor. Terrible, but cool. Okay, do we care about the things we'll gain here? Probably not. Magic crystals and stone. We really want. Oh yeah, we do this without Malroth too. That's even better. Whoops. Yes, Malroth is currently going through his particular character arc. Well, there's only one way to find out, Evo. Okay. He's joined us. Let's get out of here. Oh, that's a nice one. Look at that. Now that's some doodad placement. That was done by a player. Good lord. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I want. A selfish vizier. You're back, and you brought a Bowie Zowie with you. Alright. I've been looking for Malroth. I've searched every square inch of the island, but there's no sign of him anywhere. I'll find him. You take the new Bowie Zowie to meet the Moonbrookians. Let's have fun on Lulutopian snowfields. Right. Good to see you again. I mean, I said what I said earlier for a reason, Von Falkenstein. I would just eject it entirely. It really doesn't add anything to the game, and it doesn't need to exist. Like, just have Malroth be like, bleh, as, you know, the voice and the creation thing is getting to him. It's not like we're even paying that much attention to it right now. We're off building stuff for the third zone, not helping Malroth. So anyways, this is an ice lolly. Okay. And now they're gonna build. Except for you. We're gonna be making snow. first we have to make way too many ice lollies. It's okay. It's even worse than you think, if you redo this entire area, which I did. See, do you see all that sand and mud and dirt? I turned all of that into snow. It took way longer than it should have. Way longer than it should have. I did it. I think I started using the Troffle at a certain point, because when I think I mentioned that I terraformed the desert, I didn't actually do that until I was in post-game. So I think when I finally went through and really turned all this place into snow, I had discovered the usefulness of the trowel and had already upgraded it by that point. So yeah, what I would do is I would go to an island and be like, alright, here's the new island. And I would use the trowel to steal all of the snow or desert or grass or whatever it is I was stealing. And then come back here, resetting the island. And then dump it all here. And then go back and repeat the process over and over and over. And it was actually kind of self-looping, because all the crap I was getting from here, I would then dump on the island in exchange for ice. And once I leave the island, all that crap woofs out of existence. So I was essentially trashing all of the junk I didn't want, in addition to getting all the stuff I wanted. It was a pretty efficient system. I got pretty good at it. It also took absolutely forever, because I needed tens of thousands of most of these things. Hi, Dream Whisperer. Yeah, there were a few times early on, before I'd really perfected the system, where I actually started running low on blocks to convert into snow or desert or grassland, or whatever. It was a thing. Yes, we're laying down ice cream. Here, where's the dude? Where's the dude? So he's like, oh god, it's too cold. Ugh. And then he makes snow, see? It makes perfect sense. I think I'm gonna need more. That's actually irritating. Yeah, I'm gonna need more. Yeah, we might make it. Hello, Elizar. Oh, never mind. We made enough snow. Woo, we did it! Yeah, see, that looks like crap. So I made so much snow to make it look good. Also, I really hate the slime blocks, and I wanted them gone from my island. So I got rid of them. Just looking at the snow, I knew builders were amazing, but I never mentioned they could change the landscape. Well, no matter what the method, you cannot deny Runner has completely changed the scenery. No, I can deny that. Garo mean snowfields? Let's leave the name for now. Instead. C-type Zerg? Nope, there's no oceans in StarCraft, obviously. What do you think this is? Total annihilation? Get out of here. Yeah, we're probably not even going for the pencil. dude. Get back to work. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was really excited. After the pyramid, when I first saw this, I was like, oh man, they're gonna build me a castle. I'm gonna be able to set it up, and it's gonna be great. And yeah, this castle sucks. You'll see what I mean in a minute. I suppose I can make some food while I'm waiting. I mean, I always liked naval battle, but the problem with naval battles is most naval battles are just ground battles with slightly different aesthetics. See Warcraft 2, or Total Annihilation, or honestly, like every RTS game. You gotta do something with it is the point. So, would I like to see that? I am ambivalent. I mean, yeah, Dream Whisperer. It's just, damn it, I wanted a castle. Now I never will have one. Which one finally got you in, Disco? If you don't mind my asking. If you say Rise of Nations, I'm gonna laugh. Or, I don't know, what's another older RTS that nobody's ever heard of? Empire Earth, maybe? I don't know. Star Trek Armada. I mean... The single... I'm sorry. I'm gonna try extremely hard not to sound like I'm mocking you here, Disco. But you never tried the campaigns of RTSs before? Okay. Nope, I wasn't gonna say anything. You know, I just realized one thing DQP2 builders and players and like Paradox Grand Strategy players have in common. Neither of us like border gore. Look at this. Look at this. This looks awful. God. It's poisonous just looking at it. Let's see. Yep, time to murder nations to fix the problem. How many tens of thousands of people do we have to kill to make our maps look prettier? Because we'll kill them all. Hydralisk. No, bad. What? How goes working your carpeting the area in snow? I just finished. You usually seem so happy, but now your face is more forlorn. Yeah, because of Malroth. I feel responsible for Balamund, but at this point, we would only anger him more by confronting him directly. For the moment, we should leave the rapprochement in efforts in Lady Lulu's capable hands. Meanwhile, it's happening to me every time he builds something. You've done well, my lord. You kept the builder safe from harm as he filled the world with the power of creation. Hang on. But soon he will have served his purpose. Soon it will be time to end this farce. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. To my knowledge, no, Mr. Red. Malroth. There you are. Are you alright? I've been looking everywhere for you. Lulu? I'm fine. I was just feeling a little lightheaded. What do you want? What do I want? I wonder how long you intend to hold this grudge against Runner. You two need to make up right now. What's the point of building your own paradise if your friends aren't there to enjoy it with us? Runner needs you. Just shut up, would you? Every minute I spend around him makes me angrier and angrier. I want to smash and destroy and obliterate until there's nothing left. I don't know what to do. Oh, Malroth. Lulu, tell me, can creation and destruction really get along? I don't understand. You two have had so many wonderful adventures together. If that doesn't answer your question, I don't know what will. And she's got a point. It's one of the reasons why this is such a false dichotomy. Of course destruction and creation can get along together. They already do, all the freaking time. You've always been there for him, right? I'm sure he'd be only too happy to do the same for you, except for that one time where the plot forced him not to. Such impertinence. Let us end her life this instant and be spared from her ceaseless prattling. Give me a minute. No! Stop it. Just stop it. Get away from me, Lulu. Don't talk to me again. Malroth. Meanwhile, I'm sure she'll succeed in her mission. She'll make Malroth see that... Wait, her attack? How dare the monsters interrupt our long-awaited building work. We must drive them back. Follow me! Hey look, the spot where I already set up all our defenses. When the enemy land ashore, they will have no option but to march through this narrow pass. It's the perfect place to mount an ambush. You must fill the pass with the magical weapons. By the way, you did bring plenty of traps back, right? If not, I recommend you go back and get them. Good show! These contraptions have saved us time and again in Moonbrook. I'm sure they'll save us here. Runner, I found Malroth. Wait, why is everything dark and dreary all of a sudden? You don't think... I'm afraid so. The children of Hargon are preparing another assault. Will you be able to beat them? Fear not! Look at the devilish traps. Oh my. It is, yes. Blah, 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 blah. So we haven't saved in a minute. Alright. Let's do it. Without Malroth. Again. Hey, man. You broke out of prison, man. That wasn't part of the plan, man. Now we're back to do it again, man. We're not going to stand for it, man. We're going to have to teach you a lesson, man. All you builders and all the evil things you've built are about to go down the pan, man. I see you've lined up some of your toys on the beach for us, man. All the better to wham bam, so thank you, man. You may have escaped us once, man, but this time you won't. It's game over, man. Game over! Yes, really. Yeah, notice the no Malroth problem continues to be a gameplay problem. They give us traps, but they only help a little bit, really. They help. But I mean, there's no substitute for Malroth. I mean, come on. Over here. Oh, sorry, Elizar. Do I think StarCraft and WoW could have a legitimate crossover? No. The two settings are so fundamentally incongruent with each other, and their histories completely don't work. The only way it could work is with a rewrite. And I'm just going to give this away right now. When I rewrite Warcraft and StarCraft, I am not connecting them. Amon has nothing to do with the Titans, and worse, the very nature of how the Xel'Naga work is contradictory to how the Titans work. Also, keep in mind that the Titans, in addition to their size and their power and all that fun stuff, don't... The histories don't work. They're completely incongruent. You can't have the Xel'Naga seeding sentience into the universe 3 times, as in, there are only 3 sentient and sapient beings in the entire universe, and also have thousands and thousands of sentient species that have all born up out of the various powers of the universe, which don't even exist in StarCraft. In StarCraft, there's the light and the void. In Warcraft, there's like 9 different powers, and all of them interact completely differently, and you get my point. Even fundamentally, they just don't coincide with each other, so no. You know what, hang on. Be buffed! Be buffed. It honestly feels like... I almost want to say filler, Crazy Norse. I don't want to sound too unkind, but you know what I mean? Most of the in-between sections are like, yeah, and this is like, so here's what you've already done, and I'm like, okay. No, I have not, Uthor. Oh, for God's sakes. I knew it, Uthor. Sargeras was always a good guy from the very beginning. We must be prepared for what is to come. Robot. Oh my god, that would be so many negatives. I would not be happy about that. Sargeras was never malicious, which is something several writers get wrong about him. But he's evil. He's just a specific brand of evil. He's very Titan, like, in the way he thinks. What's the difference between Zerg powers and Protoss powers? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, go watch the lore run. I can't summarize that. Go watch the lore run. It's like that's a complex one. I can't give you a one-sentence answer to that. I mean, I'm gonna be really, really blunt, Uthor. That's one of the most out-of-character things, and one of the biggest reasons why that cutscene is going to be multiple negatives when we get there. That cutscene is extraordinarily stupid. It's got bad dialogue. Your crusade is over! It's got bad voice acting. See what I just said. It's got just a total lack of understanding of anything. It sets up a plot point that has, to this day, never gone anywhere. And never will at this point. Like the developers have flat out said, "Yeah, no, we're just leaving that." I mean, they're less awful. Oh yeah, and as you say, his final act is one of spite, which makes very little sense from basically every perspective. It's like, okay. Yeah, no, it's... I'd screw that cutscene so hard. No, I know. You and I are never going to agree on this, Uthor. I accept it. I accept it. But that cutscene is, in all honesty, one of the worst cutscenes in the entire game. For me. Like, third or fourth worst cutscene of the whole game. I hate that cutscene. I hated it then, and I hate it now. Oh yeah, by the way, Illidan just sacrificed himself for eternity to keep the planet safe. Well, my brother is truly a horrible person who I hate fairly. Okay. Then again, Tyranda's just a prat anyway, so... whatever. I mean, Illidan's a villain, let's call it what it is. There's a word for that. He is a villain. So, that's for a minute. Ah, Maya. Now there's a character who has been good, bad, and in between. Sure, Uthor. Well... Can you say it without spoiling? Is that possible? Villain, antagonist, I don't even remember the difference between those two, and I tend to not use the distinction, so... I'm not going to argue that point, because I'm probably using my words wrong. I would say that that scene is only worse by virtue of being literally a screw-up on the behalf of the developers, Lord Erlon. So I would say it's not actually particularly high on my worst list. Sure, Uthor, hit me. Spoilers for Warcraft in a few seconds. No, Elazar, sorry. What about the Void and the Kala? No difference. I know you probably weren't listening to me earlier, and I don't blame you, because who the hell would listen to me, but there's two sources of everything. Or technically four, but really just two. There's the light and there's the void. Everything in StarCraft boils down to light and void, and some combination thereof. So, Kala, light. Void, void. That's it. That's kind of how it is. Oh, Jesus. Are they finally going to retcon the time travel thing? I've been dreading that for literally years. Yeah, Essence and Form are the other two I was referencing. When I said there's technically four. You know, those would be going a lot faster if I had Malroth, I'm just saying. Did I make any, Damn it, Lulu. Okay, so here's the problem, Eleazar. What you've just asked me is the exact same question again. So, if you want a full discussion, lore run. No, it's okay. I understand. It's just, you really have asked me the same question. What's the difference between the two Zerg powers? Lore run. What's the difference between the light and the void? It's the exact same question. 2 sources. Well, again, technically 4, but mostly 2. So, here's the deal, Luthor. Let me say something in a vacuum. If they don't retcon the way they made their time travel work, that's terrifying and has a lot of interesting and awesome implications. If they do retcon time travel, then it's boring and dumb. Which do you think it's going to be? And I know you're going to be like, oh, it's going to be the dumb and boring one, but Warcraft has occasionally, picked the thing I really want them to every now and again story-wise, so you never know. You never know. It's a good picture, Lord Erebon. Well drawn, well crafted, and of course, indicative. Exactly, Mr. Red. Imagine if we're in one of the branches. And remember, by the way Warcraft lore was originally set up and is probably being retconned actively, branching timelines always collapse in on themselves, 100% of the time. More interactions, more connections between the branch and the central timeline can allow the branch timeline to continue to survive. It basically serves as a pipeline, a lifeline to keep the branch going. But eventually that branch is going to wither and die. So imagine we are currently living, and always have been living, in a doomed timeline, literally. And think of all the questions that prompts. Who created this branch? When? Where? How? Why? How long have we been in that branch? What are we going to do if we stop having connection with the main timeline? Who has been keeping the branch alive by keeping us connected to the main timeline? There's a lot of really cool implications there. Yeah, that's the other thing. We are... Evo's absolutely correct. If that's true, we are fundamentally not the original people. Depending on how far back the branch goes. It's entirely possible that we don't even have alternates in the original timeline, depending on how far back it goes. That's great, honestly. Like that sounds exciting. I shouldn't get excited, because that's probably not what they're going to do with it. But, oh, that would be really cool if they did. And yeah, Lord Haramont's right. What probably would have happened is, during one of the 1,500 world-ending threats that we've gone through in this frickin' setting, one of the times we lost, or were losing, and they were like, time travel, new timeline, branch. But because of how time happens, because of how time travel works in the setting, that doesn't fix the problem. Right? Like, it doesn't get rid of the original timeline being doomed. It creates a new branch, which is now fine. Now, oh my god, that's the motive. That's the motive for why they keep the branch going. It's not like they need it, it's because they want someone to keep surviving. So there's someone in the original timeline, in the doomed timeline, where everything's screwed, and they're keeping a connection to the branch timeline to keep the branch timeline going. To ensure that there's some world out there somewhere which actually survived. Anyways, I'm gonna stop speculating about this. Because, think about it for a moment. Think about how precarious their position in the true timeline, the original timeline, would actually be. I mean, Mr. Red is right. That's expansion potential right there. Like, oh crap, oh crap. We've got to go and evacuate to the original timeline. Not evacuate, but we've got to go to the original timeline to help them. Not just for their sake, because obviously we owe them for our very existence, but for our sake, because we will cease to exist if they stop maintaining the connection. There's your existential threat. Oh no. It's okay, Crazy Horse. All your saves are gone. Don't worry about it. Exactly, like Warlords in reverse. Done properly this time. And being honest, modern WoW has been doing really well in my opinion, so I could see them doing this properly. Dragonflight has been quite legit. Oh, that would be funny. The only downside of an approach like that is it would give them a free reign to bring back any character they want to. And honestly, God, I'm sick of that. I'm sick to death of that. Stop bringing characters back. Please. Let them be dead. I know, Jim Whisperer, this is ridiculous. It's kind of 3.5, actually, Lord Harrimont. One of my Lorecraft videos, an entire Lorecraft video, is dedicated towards explaining time travel, because it's kind of its own system. To explain it very, 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 very briefly, there is one timeline. You can't actually make alterations to the timeline. Anytime you try to, what you do is you create a branching timeline. And as I just mentioned, branching timelines are doomed. They cannot sustain themselves. Eventually, a branching timeline collapses in on itself, and everyone there is gone. Now, the thing is, there's a lot of asterisks to that, most of which are actually really well thought out. Let me use an example. Let's say that Evo dies. No! And I'm really upset about that. I go back in time, I save Evo, right? Wrong. I have saved alternate Evo. Evo's still dead, but I bring alternate Evo back to the original timeline. Now, alternate Evo lives on in the original timeline. Now, the branch may eventually collapse, but because I evacuated her to the original timeline, she just keeps going. Make sense? This was actually, this was the, like a better way to put it, the motive behind Raytheon back during Warlords. His whole goal was to go ahead and move on to another, make a timeline, recruit the Horde, bring them back to the original timeline. Make a timeline, recruit the Horde, bring them back to the original timeline, and just keep doing this to make a horde of hordes. Make sense? Now, there are, I'm not going to pretend it's perfect because there are actually some flaws with that logic, but that's how the internal consistency works. Anyways, we finally finished that stupid battle. I think I'm going to officially give a negative for HP padding because holy crap. I'm also going to say thank you to Sputnik Law. Thank you very, very much. And I will go ahead and put that towards GTA 5. Wait, no I won't. It's already funded. Sorry. I'll put it towards something else, though, if you want me to. Exactly, Savacom. The new Evo is a different person. But if I go back, if I do it precisely, if I go back to right before she died, then she was the same person up until, up until I created the branch and pulled her back to the main timeline. But the original Evo's dead, to be very clear. This is now Evo 2. Oh, man, those traps really sting. I underestimated you, man. Underestimated the power of building. Might have beaten me, but you'll never beat the clan, man. Hail the Master of Destruction. He's the man. I heard about that, Uthor. Looking forward to that. I really wish I could. I wish they'd add New Game Plus to WoW. It would make my job as a streamer so much easier. It's not a real battle without Malroth charging into the fray. Indeed, the fight feels unfinished without a hearty high five between Runner and Malroth. Why did he come to our aid? Even with the monsters stomping our beaches, he didn't lift a finger to help. Yes, 2 minuets. Yes, you are. Like a lot of people. This isn't like him. The Malroth I know would never abandon us in our hour of need. What in the world's going on with him? The only positive thing with regards to time travel is everything I just described is extremely hard to do. The Bronze Flight can't... even when the Bronze Flight was empowered with Titan-imbued power, they still couldn't do the same level of infractions that I was just describing. Not all willy-nilly. It takes time, it takes effort, and it takes precision, right? You're probably thinking, well, how did Warlords happen? An artifact combined with specific imbuements, combined with specific empowerments, connecting to a specific artifact. In short, it was actually like 4, or actually technically 5, separate things that all combined to allow the one infraction to happen for Warlords. The funny thing is, based on all our evidence, there's a pretty decent chance that that plan was doomed from the beginning. Oh yeah, he also only managed to send forward 2 people, who, it's worth noting, were then immediately stranded there. They had to, on the other end, reconnect back to this level on their own. If they hadn't, well, they would have been stranded there forever and eventually died once the stranded timeline. But because they were able to hook the Dark Portal back to our timeline, there's your pipeline. And that's what maintained the Warlord's timeline, is that pipeline. Make sense? Anyways, thank you again, Sputnik Lock. Also, welcome to the Year Club. I do always appreciate, and I will jot that down for Diablo 4. Thank you. Now, I do agree with you, to be clear, Lord Haramont. The way that they throw out time magic is a little bit too willy-nilly, but I really love how the time magic itself is constructed. I love the way that the timeline thing works. Which brings me to Zara's question. Do I think using a multiverse as a concept for writing should be used sparingly and carefully thought out? Yes, because it's really easy to have Type 3 time travel suck. I tend to hate multiverses, always have. But what really pisses me off is badly written multiverses. Now, I think Eleazar asked a question. Why does a crossover work in DC and Marvel, but not Star Wars and Star Trek? Star Wars and Star Trek are fundamentally different from each other. And I want to stress, I'm not saying that facetiously, I'm speaking literally. Star Trek and Star Wars are fundamentally different from each other. It's like trying to cross over Dragon Quest and Mega Man. There's no common ground there. There's no connecting point. There's no threaded tissue that can be used to make that crossover work. So it's just kind of, huh? And you could probably make it work, and by all means, go for it, but why bother at that point? Star Trek is all about exploration, positivity, people being decent people, etc. Star Wars is about war. But even if you ignore that, if we get into more philosophical stuff, I've been talking a lot about this with a friend of mine recently. A lot of sci-fi, most sci-fi, the overwhelming majority of sci-fi, is negatively inclined, aka people are bastards. There's a lot of variances on that, but that's what it boils down to. People are bastards. Star Trek is and always has been the exact inverse of that. People are inherently good. That is literally the fundamental principle of Star Trek. So even at its most fundamental philosophical core, Star Wars and Star Trek are completely opposed to each other. Nah, I just gotta wait for them to build. I should have been letting them build while I was chatting. I apologize. Anyways, or Disney and Final Fantasy. Well, no, because most of the things that have been properly... I actually agree with you, Yura. I agree with the Star Trek idea. I always have. I've met too many normal people in my life to think that humans are bastards. Alright. Anyways, so the true timeline, from the way it has been written up until now, the original timeline, has been just a natural thing. Just a natural, normal reality of how time is constructed. So, do you mind repeating it, Elizar, please? Not artificial, not constructed. I'm just gonna hide out up here. Hopefully he won't come up and find us like he just did. Is there any chance I could get you to go away? Nope. Okay, whatever. Someone else asked a question. Oh yeah, that's it. Sorry, the only thing I was going to add, Elizar, was that DC and Marvel are fundamentally, like, near identical. I'm not trying to say that as a derogatory thing, and I hope people won't, kill me with sticks for saying that, but both comic book setting properties are very similar to each other. If you do a crossover between Shovel Knight and Mega Man, that's going to work immediately, because the substructure of both settings are so similar to each other. So the biggest plot hole... What is the biggest risk for plot holes if you do a crossover? None. Crossovers almost always are not canon, therefore you don't have to worry about plot holes, because nobody cares. Elseworlds. Yeah, Marvel Capcom worked as well for essentially similar reasons. A lot of Capcom properties are very comic booky. Now, if you're trying to make a crossover canon, oh my god. All of the problems. Just all of the problems in all direction. So, that. Just everything. Just everything. There's no summary there. Everything. The world building, the nature and fundamental fabrics of reality, how they connect, why they connect, how they interact with each other, just everything. There's a reason most crossovers are not canon. For example, funny story, some of you probably already were thinking about this in the back of your mind. Star Trek has crossed over with X-Men twice, to my knowledge. Once with TOS and once with TNG. Both kind of sucked, but they are completely non-canon. They are complete Elseworld stories. And they're not great. They even have a thing where Kirk tries to hit on Jean Grey, which is actually very out of character for Kirk. And you're probably thinking, what? And if you are, then congratulations, you haven't seen TOS. Anyways. I mean, I could absolutely see that, Uthor. And most especially because, A, as we've proven several times in Warcraft lore, the Void is not evil. Fel is not evil, the Void is not evil, Undeath is not evil. That has been a very common recurring trend that they, strangely enough, have never retconned in all of Warcraft history. At least since they established it. Magic isn't evil or good in the Warcraft setting. It's an energy source. The light is not good, nature is not good, dark is not evil, and Fel is not evil. That's been true since Warcraft 3 at this point. Or maybe Frozen Throne. But anyway, it's been true for a long time. So the idea of siding with Void in order to fight the light isn't exactly all that out of bounds. We've been fighting the light since vanilla. Why is there no music playing? From whence comes evil? Oh, jeez, Crazy Norse. There's only power. When did we fight the light in WoW? Scarlet Crusade is the easy and obvious answer. Honestly, I could just stop there. Scarlet Crusade used the light all over the place. They were very evil. Now, what I was actually leaning towards was, you remember the dagger? Because she's still out and about right now. She's a dangling plot thread. There aren't any malicious creatures hiding in the light turning people crazy. I'll give you that, even though the Lightforged were really evil. I'm just going to say that as nicely as I can. But you're right, there is no entity outside of the bounds of physical space which is deliberately trying to claim a Titan in order to use it against the rest of the physical reality so they can manifest properly. Fun fact, the Void Lords, they're all super powerful, right? Actually, no. Void Lords, once they actually interact with physical reality, get much, much, much weaker. So that's why they want to infest and corrupt so much, because then they can have a physical avatar, which can then act on their behalf. This is why they've wanted a Titan for so long. A Void Titan would be a huge boon to them. So, could Kel'Thuzad come back? I don't know, is actually my answer to that, because I don't know what happens during his boss fight in Shadowlands. However, they turned one of the most interesting, nuanced, and fascinating characters in Warcraft lore, and turned him into a moron who is evil because wahaha. So, no, I'd be okay with him staying dead at this point. So what do I think of the Harry Potter and Witcher crossover? And Lord of the Rings? Just no across the board there. So, Harry Potter, at its fundamental core, is all about being a terrible writer. Lord of the Rings, at its fundamental core, is about building a mythos to explain, a lot of how things came to be. And, of course, The Witcher is all about sex. Is all about people being bastards. I don't think any of those three things really coincide with each other well. Can it be done well? Yes. Would I do it? Nope. Yeah, Harry Potter is... trying to think of a way to say this that doesn't sound insulting. Is a severely underthought adventure story. That's what I'm going to say. Like, severely underthought. I love Star Trek, but the amount of underthought in Harry Potter puts Star Trek to shame. It's kind of bonkers. Yeah, very, very bad world building. To the point where it's really bad. No judgment for anybody who likes it, or doesn't like it, or is in between, or other way. I'm not in the judgment game. But my God, that world is kind of terrible. in real life terms, and in terms of construction. Ironically, by contrast, Lord of the Rings lives and breathes world building. It is one of the tightest and most in-depth settings ever created. So, even at that basic level, Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings are fundamentally, I hate to keep using that word, distinct from each other. I agree with you, Mr. Red. I mean, Lord of the Rings is an origin story for England. Look, I know that's a simplistic version, but think about it. I think so, Crazy Horse, but that's just me. I know that I am in the minority in not actually enjoying the Lord of the Rings books. There's my hot take for the day. How would I cross over Dragon Age with My Little Pony? We need to bring harmony to Ferelden. The Narnia books? I am not familiar enough with the Narnia books to really speak about them, other than the fact that you'd have to explain, like, Narnia itself a little bit better, and then explain how Narnia connects to something else. Because remember, other than Narnia, the rest of the Narnia setting is just normal, everyday life. There's no fantastical elements in it whatsoever. So... I like the Silmarillion too. That's not what I mean when I say the Lord of the Rings books. Speaking of which... Where's my kitchen? There it is. Ah, my apologies, Hilary. Apparently there is some connective tissue, which just shows how extraordinarily unversed I am with Narnia. I never liked Narnia. It never caught me. So I just kind of noped out of that early on. The King Killer Chronicles. The books that will never be concluded. Or maybe I'm thinking of the wrong ones. But either way, no, I don't think I've read those. Look, talking animals are neat and all, but they're also delicious. And do you want your food talking to you while you're eating it? Not me, Eleazar. Meat! I would so eat Aslan. I would eat him, like, just without even hesitation. I've always wanted to try lion steaks. Actually, a lot of predator meat I'd love to try someday. Ooh, talking fish. I'm not going to eat that. That's just gross. But, you know. Yes, I'm actually secretly eating communion wafers. Lion-flavored communion wafers. Listen, I've seen Lion King, okay? I know that the antelope just eat lions. A specific place in WoW where the doodads look best? Like, the best? What's the name of the place I can't think of the name of? God. Valdraken's neat, but actually there's another one that comes to mind, and I can't think of the name of the place. Okay, Kul Tiras. And Kul Tiras has the city of Borealis. There it is. Borealis is really, really, really good doodad design. I would also agree with Valdraken, no. I could see that, Mr. Red. Having said that, I do think we could still have great world building and a great story because I've seen the Lord of the Rings movies. We have laid a rich red carpet to make our future throne room even more majestic. Okay, castle's complete. Let's do a tour. I seem to have awfully high opinion of the work. Something tells me this isn't going to go as well as they expect. This is actually kind of funny. So the previous two groups we had, the builders were like, yeah, no, we could build stuff, but we also gave them these blueprints. This time, we didn't give them blueprints. So, look at these wonderful rooms we made, Runner. Yeah. They're a little on the small side. Are they supposed to be pens for pigs? Of course not. Do you see why the design of these rooms is so remarkable? By crowding together in these tiny chambers when we go to bed, we can keep each other warm through wintry nights. And that's not all. These neat, narrow rooms can double as a crypt. Think about how many bodies can be laid to rest in here. You're supposed to be building a castle, not a mausoleum or a snuggle chamber. Honestly, how can they say they finished this castle? It's complete and utter nonsense. No, I have not, Elizar. No, no, and yes, respectively. Step right up and feast your eyes. This stylish open design makes it light and airy and bright. It's literally got holes in the wall. That wall is full of so many holes, it's more like a row of pillars. You can hardly call this place a castle when monsters just can waltz in and out whenever they please. Gadzooks, you wound me, and after all the hard work we put into it. Unbelievable. Do you think this is actually finished, or are they just halfway through? Yeah, this is literally what you build when you get when you build without a plan, which anybody who's ever built in a build or game without a plan, you probably know what I'm referencing, because you've probably been through that. I see you've completed the ground tour. What do you think of the staircase you just climbed? The incomplete staircase? I labored over a great deal, making sure I got it just right. The Great Staircase of Gurmai. You want to name that thing after yourself? Only half the stupid thing has steps on it. There's a landing halfway up it. It's the worst staircase I've ever seen in my life. But I have a bad back. The landing's there in case I need to take a break during the climb. Runner, Lady Lulu, maybe we're not the most expertly constructed example, but if you'd be kind of looked at the throne room I made for you. Throne room? Surely you're not talking about this place. Yeah, here's our throne room. All you've done is thrown down a carpet and a few purple tiles. There's nothing about it that's even remotely royal. Alright. I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to give me an honest answer. Do you really think this castle is finished? Oh, I'm sorry. We tried, but this is the best we could do. We already told you to leave everything to us. We couldn't bring ourselves to admit our building skills weren't up to par. Gadzooks, man. We're not just good enough. We're not like you, Runner. We're third-rate builders at best. Fine. We'll fix up your terrible thing. No, we won't. Oh my god. I mean, in fairness, I built up a nice Moonbrook. I just also destroyed it. Without creation, there can be no destruction. In a world without creation, the master of destruction cannot awaken. And then we wait. Any minute now. Any minute now. That is why I summoned that child to this world. I did not predict you would meet, that you would enter into a fellowship, but it seems he has had his effect nonetheless. Oh my god! The end of the world approaches, but it is up to you to deliver the final blow. I could technically speed hack this game right now, but I don't want to do that because that tends to destabilize programming very quickly. Nothing will crash a game quicker than speed hacking it. This is the only way to achieve salvation, and the only way to satisfy your desires as the Lord and Master of Destruction. Correct, Crazy Norse. And just for you, and for no other reason. What I want to do is be at the point where we're going to the final island. That's the ideal. And then we'll show off my stuff tomorrow morning, first thing, and then we'll do the finale, the outro. I am the creator of this illusory world, your most faithful servant, and your dearest friend. Bob. No, Good night, Grizzanors. Have a good one. Bright and early. Even as we speak, the Builder fills this world with the power of creation. This is the worst one, by the way. That's not true. This is the second worst one. Forgot about that other one. It is nearly time. Time for you to realize your true potential as the master of destruction. Look, it's hard for me to wake up that early, okay, Crazy Norse? It's not actually a joke. It is hard for me to wake up that early. Runner. Meanwhile, let's make a throne room. I never knew the king had a daughter. We need a royal bedchamber. A favorite Lord of the Rings game? See you around, Elazar. I don't know. That would require there to be a Lord of the Rings game that's actually good. I'm joking. I can think of 3 games that I have enjoyed over the years. One of them is Lord of the Rings Online. Is what it is. One of them is the FF10 clone, and one of them is the RTS. I don't remember which is which, because I'm bad with names, but those 3. I'm afraid I can spoil nothing, Czar. Nothing! The movie-based one, not the Warcraft 3 one. I didn't like the Warcraft 3 one. At least not that much. But yeah, the movie-to-game RTS games. I like those. I didn't like the Warcraft 3 clone. Not all that much. Like I said. And honestly, I think that's the full list. Not a lot of good Lord of the Rings movies, in my opinion. But then again, I could say the same about Star Trek. Right. I should probably get this out. Yeah, Alien vs. Predator probably shouldn't have worked, if we're being honest. It just did. No, Evo. Nothing at all. We were talking about Lord of the Rings and continuity and crossovers and... I don't remember what else. Oh yeah, Lord of the Rings games and how there's no good ones. And how there's no good Star Trek games. I shouldn't say none. That's disingenuous. There are not that many good Star Trek games. That's what I meant. Throne, 4 banners, 2 braziers. Yep, deliberately offset to screw with everybody in chat. Whoops. I mean, that sounds wildly amusing, Udo. Probably more than it should be. Hobbits are just like, ah! And you're like... The Malroth arc has continued, yes. Look how... You're the one who likes asymmetry. Well, congratulations. Asymmetry you shall receive. That's the FF10 one I think I'm referencing, Uthor. Pretty sure, anyways. Y'all. Okay, what else needs to go in there? King size bed, a fireplace, a fancy chair, a fancy light source. Okay, so we have a fancy chair. It's this thing. We have a fancy light source. Move away. Wait, what is that? A fancy futon. Okay. Fireplace. Malroth is dead. Just like Harga. Oh, you know what? Okay, that's really funny. So I forgot the Shadow of War series were Lord of the Rings games. So, Shadow of War or Shadow of Mordor are my favorite Lord of the Rings games by a huge margin. By such a large margin, it's not even a contest. I just forgot they were Lord of the Rings games. Go ahead, make fun. It's okay. I'll accept that. But, yeah, those completely knock everything else out of the park in terms of quality for me. I can't think of a better place to rule Lulutopia from. Really? Really? We can call the castle complete. Long live Lulutopia. It's so big. It's so beautiful. I think my heart just was burst with pride. I concur wholeheartedly, especially when I gazed upon the great staircase of Jeremiah. I threw my back out more times than I care to count while building it. Gadzooks, Gadzooks, and Gadzooks again. We have our castle. This is not a castle. This is a pile of rubble. Please excuse the outburst. You have earned every right to celebrate my land. This magnificent building is a testament to our hard work. You know, Runner, I was partly joking about making this place the royal seat of Lulutopia. We all built it together, so I think we should all live here. It'd be awfully lonely living in a huge palace on my own. Yeah, I mean, who's gonna clean it? That includes you and Malroth. Malroth, too, of course. You just need to stop quarreling and become friends again first.
Yay!
We have a bright new future ahead of us. I still want to keep building. Maybe that's what creation is. It's something that can never be completed. That's enough chit-chat. Let's go check the stone tablet. Okay. Do something really quick first, because I don't feel like messing around with this. So now you got me thinking. Okay, so I've always said that Star Wars, Star Trek, and Lord of the Rings are criminally underrepresented in the game space. Also, most Disney stuff, but that's unrelated. There we go. So, I've already said the best Lord of the Rings game. Probably the second one if I had to give a pick. Best Star Wars game is Jedi Fallen Order. Best Star Trek game is STO. That's feels weird to say, but it's true. For me. Yeah, I guess that's kind of how it is. Huh. It's a weird list. You can, Mr. Ed. In fact, there's specific tiles for roofs. I'm not going to bother, of course, but you can. Having said that, I'm really looking forward to the Stellaris Star Trek game. That's what I said, Magister. I stand by it. You know, something I've been thinking for a while now. I think you might just be the best builder in the whole world. When we first met, you were a little more than a hopeless apprentice, but now you can build with the best of them. Oh, oh, oh. I'm evil. I mean. Smashing job runner. Now with the 3 stone tablets brimming with building power, the ancient builder's hopes and dreams that course through the island are finally fulfilled. No kidding, Uthor. There's one last job I would request of you. Meet me at the temple. Come alone. Sure! That sounds very non-suspicious. Now that you've finished the targets on the Bluestone tablet, the whole island is blessed with the power of building. That isn't all, my boy. My memories have finally come flooding back to me. Thank you for putting up with all my selfish requests up till now. I think you've earned a full explanation. The citizens of this island will need to put their heads together and decide what they want to do from here on out. But there'll be plenty of time for that later. Right now, you need to finish the finishing touch on this island. There's one last thing that needs building. Once that's done, I'll sit you down and tell you everything. Don't make any plans. It'll take at least 3 days to go over it all. Jesus. Well, sure. Okay. The builder's work is never done. I need you to stop and appreciate your work. You need to make a builder's banner. Okay. The island needs a builder's banner, a flag that marks it out as a paradise for builders the world over. As our resident builder, it's up to you to decide on the design for the emblem. Just fill the square with the colored blocks, and the design you've drawn will be transferred directly to the flag. Okay. No, do not show me your sample, please. Disputed of the disputed lands. Lol. I mean, I'm just going to do the same flag I did last time. I'm going to be very honest about it. I'm going to make a swastika, obviously. I mean, as if there's anything else I would make. Give me a sec, Uthor. Let's go more this way. Seems to be more this way. God dang it. There we go. That's a little better hard. I'm doing it from memory. Give me a break. I think I like that. Hang on, I gotta kill... Okay, there we go. So, a CK type game within a setting that isn't Star Wars. Warcraft. If that's too easy of an answer... How about a game that's set entirely in the Romulan Star Empire? Obviously, you'll interact with other powers, but, like, the map, you know, Europe is Romulus, right? Or the Romulan Star Empire, and that's your map. I'm done. I'm done. No, I'm done. I did it. I did it. What? Okay, fine. Make some blocks. Yeah, you get it, Uthor. You get where I'm going with that. Why is it not being like, I'm done? Like, I did it.
Huh?
Yeah, I only need the symbol. There it is. Do I have to fill in the whole thing? Is that where this is at? Oh, that sound. Oonch. I do not, Evo. It's been several years. My memory isn't quite that good. Yeah, I will admit that my biggest want for the Activision Blizzard acquisition, Jesus, is for Bobby Kotick to get the hell out of that company, because I do legitimately think that even though the company will still have bad eggs and will still have problems, and he'll still go on to lead a long, fulfilling life of being a billionaire, I do still think that will make things better. It's just, you know, it's not going to make things best, right? But the other reason is because Microsoft is far more likely to actually greenlight projects than, well, than Actiblizzard is. Warcraft, as a setting, has so much potential. Actually, so does StarCraft, and so does Diablo. All three of those settings have tons of potential and world building and literal decades of establishment, and they don't do anything with them. So who knows? Maybe we'll actually see something someday. I mean, everybody points to StarCraft Ghost, but StarCraft Ghost was kind of different than what I'm talking about, honestly. That was a case of the developers having issues, and deciding that the project wasn't living up to their standards of quality, and going ahead and putting it down as a consequence. Yeah, I mean, you can't tell me that you couldn't make a Warcraft beat-em-up because you totally could. I mean, honestly, you could probably make most kinds of genres within the settings that I have just mentioned. I'd play the hell out of a StarCraft racer game, for example. Oops. Oh yeah, Uthor. Yeah, that... All companies have issues, blah blah blah, but holy crap. I mean, I would rather eat rusted nails than play a Diablo dating sim. Unless it was a parody. But you can't tell me there wouldn't be things like, you get to date Andariel. Dude, Andariel is great in this act. Are you kidding me? Who do you think the succubi work for? That's not a joke. Most of the succubi are literally followers of Andariel in lore. The others are followers of Cydia, who is probably terrible in this act, which we actually discussed during the Diablo 3 review run. Basic, but I like it. The only thing I'm going to spend effort on, so let's get on with it. Yes.
Yay!
Probably Uthor. And of course, it's red. Thanks for that. You have a perfect place to plant your banner. Yeah, whatever. What? What? Why did it erase my emblem? Oh, I don't even care at this point. Whatever. We did it. Whatever. Moving on. Fictional worlds that would not work with any other genre. Well, I mean, some more outlier things are easier to not make fit. Sports games in general. Yeah, it's Operation Bellhammer. Sorry, everyone. Spoilers, it's starting today. But, like, you know, sports games, racing games, which are sports games. Dating sim games. Not every setting can really fit a management sim or a strategy game or a first-person shooter or a platformer. All of those, there's several examples where it's just kind of like, Oh, okay, there we go. I'm just gonna be pissed. What? If you choose to play, you'll temporarily unable to do online things. Oh, we're at the point of no return. So, we're gonna save. This is the exact point I wanted to be at. tomorrow, at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to show off my stuff, the stuff from my Switch version that me and Pax put together. And then, eventually, we'll go ahead and finish it. We might actually beat this game tomorrow. So, everyone, I hope you've enjoyed. I'll see you next time.